No accessory to connect. Hello.
Okay.
So many people joining. What's going on?
Okay. So.
Wait, this was not working? No, the audio is not working. Sound was not working at all. No, but did we switch to the TV? No, which one is the HDMI what? Two. Can you just put on there? No, it was two. We were on two. There we go. Okay. Yeah, perfect. What did you do?
Okay. So,
yeah. Hare Krishna Maharaj, can you speak one more time?
yeah. Okay. Can you hear me all right now?
No.
Can we try a different?
No.
Yeah. We can use the Bluetooth speaker that we use every day.
What?
The Bluetooth speaker we use every Wednesday to play Prabhupada's Kirtan. We can use it to connect to the laptop.
Okay. Since we're really supposed to be starting right now, I am going to show the video. You could admit.
Maharaj, we can't hear you.
already.
1 second.
You can't hear me. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Hare
Can you?
Krishna.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you can hear me? Okay. So I'm going to start the first video here. So
Just do it this.
you have to spotlight me, so otherwise we'll get everything.
Can you switch the speaker to this, or it's already done?
I tried that multiple times. That won't work.
But now
What?
No, 26 Second Avenue is the original place that the Hare Krishna movement started. And it's in New York, near Houston Street on 2nd Avenue. And this spot was originally given or made possible for Srila Prabhupada by the help of Mike, who actually became Mukunda. And he was aware that Srila Prabhupada had issues with his former roommate, who had gotten too much involved in LSD and amphetamines and actually attacked Prabhupada. So the idea was for Prabhupada, he moved for a short time to Carl Jurgens, and then that wasn't working out. So eventually Prabhupada wound up wondering whether there was some other place that he could move. So from the Bowery, where they were artists in residence, he moved to Lower Manhattan, which is 26 Second Avenue. There was a agent named Mr. Gardner who helped make the deal, and Prabhupada got not only 26 Second Avenue, but a little apartment that was behind 26 Second Avenue, where Prabhupada actually stayed. And this is where the Hare Krishna movement basically started. And then we'll let Pañcaratna explain a little bit more about the early devotees who were part of the 26 Second Avenue scene.
I think it's good to note how Srila Prabhupada made that journey from the Upper West Side of Manhattan, which is well-to-do, to the Lower East Side and the East Village, which was the epicenter of the counterculture, and how he just slid in, and he made himself, he just adopted the people and their aspirations, and I think that was a major part of how Mukunda and others were readily willing to accept him as their Swami, because he related to them. And so anyway, so that he, as you said, Mukunda was the one who helped Srila Prabhupada find 26 Second Avenue, and he found it in a newspaper advertisement. They went, they saw it, and Prabhupada negotiated expertly to get the price down, and then set up shop and began the continued actually, because he had been doing the Gita presentations from the loft on the Bowery. But so that was sort of a continuation of what had been going on, but now it was official. Now there was a place. And now there was a sign in the window. And people began to come. That those first, there was the Mott Street crew. These devotees who were staying together. One, I think it was Hayagriva, who spotted Srila Prabhupada walking and approached him and said, "Oh, are you from India?" And then the conversation ensued because he had just been, Hayagriva had been to India and had come back. And so that sparked the interest of his roommates, which were Umapati, Kirtananda. They were all staying together. So that was one of the core group. Gargamuni and his brother Brahmananda were another of the early batch. There was a number of devotees that got things going in 26 Second Avenue. But so it's such a significance there. In the, I think it's the Hare Krishna movie, the movie of Hare Krishna, the movement, the mantra, that the other part did. So there's a little interview. Of course, this comes a little later when ISKCON is founded, which is not too much later, maybe a month, 2 months later. And this is Hopkins, I think. One of these professors, I wish my memory is not so good. But anyway, he comments how he visited and he spots in the window International Society for Krishna Consciousness. And it's this little storefront with a motley crew of East Village denizens. And he's looking at it and said, "Well, this is quite ambitious." But it was. Prabhupada saw it. He saw this is going to be it. So it's such a place of significance, 26 Second Avenue. It's become the pilgrimage tirtha of New York, and for all devotees. The miracle on 26 Second Avenue, miracle on Second Avenue. That Mukunda wrote that book about his whole journey with Prabhupada. Miracle on Second Avenue. It was a miracle, and we're still here.
Right. And then some of those devotees actually wound up going to Oregon and finally.
Yes, Mukunda. That in his book Miracle on Second Avenue, he describes how after his wedding there and so on, he's ready to move on. He thinks, "I'm going to go to India." And in just sort of a casual conversation, Prabhupada says to him, "Well, you're going to San Francisco." He tells him he's going to San Francisco. He says, "You can start a center there." And those few words were enough. He makes Gurudas and Jamuna and Shyama and Mālatī, and they trek off to San Francisco, and they do it. They start a center. And when they're ready, they call Srila Prabhupada for the mantra rock fest.
Right. And we see that about that same time, in New York, gradually more devotees start coming, some of the early devotees some of which will be giving their Vyasa Puja offerings in a short while. And that was people like Satsvarupa, Jayapataka. Who else were part of that early?
Well, who are still present. Jadharani was there, of course. Brahmananda Gargamuni is with us, but in Vrindavan, I don't think he'll be part of that. But Kosan Krishna was one of those devotees that I recall being there. Well, it's a good question. We'll have to do a little more research, but maybe in the course of this evening we can reflect on some of those.
Right. So the significance of 26 Second Avenue is really that Prabhupada came there with no expectations of what would happen in the United States. He almost gave up and went back to India, but some devotees started coming. And then little by little, he would do regular, you say 3 times a week?
Yeah, he started with his Bhagavad Gita classes 3 times a week, and then the Sunday feast started there. So the Sunday feast was a big event. Prabhupada cooked everything. I remember this story about how one day somebody, because Prabhupada would not only cook everything, he would also clean up. He would serve everything. He would wash the dishes. He did everything. And it's noted how one day one of the devotees, or I call them devotee, but one of the guests turns and said, "Do you need any help?" And I was waiting for someone to offer. No, I'm reminded, and of course, that's where the Sankirtan began. That's where, I think, I remember that Brahmananda stating that the first outing was actually the devotees went out on their own with doing kirtan to Washington Square. But then it became Prabhupada's program to go to Tompkins Square Park. And that, in many ways, that's kind of the scene when he takes his little band, and they go out and they start on Sankirtan in the park.
In Tompkins
Square Park. And then going regularly. And then people coming back, and the whole thing starts to take off from there.
So even today, of course, people come to New York and they visit our temples in New York, and they go to 26 Second Avenue. Usually it's not open unless one makes an appointment.
Yes.
There is a Wednesday program, at least there was, where the Laxmi Center had somebody speak about Prabhupada on every Wednesday in the evening. And of course, if you go there, you can see pictures of Srila Prabhupada in those days. And you can look out the back window to see the second story. There's a courtyard right behind Prabhupada's spot where he used to sit at 26 Second Avenue. And then on the other side of that open courtyard is a building that's where Prabhupada actually lived. On the second floor, he had an apartment there. So there is some effort and some work. Actually, even right now, there are renovations going on at 26 Second Avenue. And the purpose of the concept of those renovations is to try to make 26 Second Avenue look, at least as much as possible in appearance, the way it did during those days when Prabhupada was actually there. At one point in New York, buildings and rooms used to have a tin ceiling. I remember that when I was a child in New York City. And of course, that went away. Nobody does that anymore, but they're going to try to put that type of tin ceiling in 26 Second Avenue. And we will be, hosting some of the Vyasa Puja presentations that you're going to see on this video cast. You'll be seeing them spoken live from 26 Second Avenue. And we'll also pan the camera a little bit so you can see what 26 Second Avenue looks like right now. We are not certain whether the renovations will be actually fully complete by the time we do this, which is a week from now. We're recording this little introduction into the 26 Second Avenue storefront about a week early, but at least theoretically, the renovation should be in place. If not, we'll show you what we can show you.
Yeah. You can imagine.
Right.
Maybe we can throw some pictures in. We can find some pictures.
We can find some pictures.
Throw it in.
So we are hoping we have about 23, 25 devotees or so slated to speak during this Zoom cast, and it will be, uploaded simultaneously to various different YouTube channels and available afterwards for people who didn't have a chance to stay through the whole thing. And I'll put timestamps on the various offerings so that person can just go to the particular individual they're interested in speaking, hearing speak. Any other final items that you might want to add about the importance or the history or the...
Well, I think we can reflect on how Srila Prabhupada chose New York to come and begin his service of fulfilling Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur's order to spread Krishna consciousness in the West. And I think, I mean, any of us who stay in New York, I think can understand that, you know, New York has all of this potential to create and to distribute throughout the world the trends and cultures and so on. So I think that was part of his vision, that New York has got some power, and now that power has been infected with Srila Prabhupada's entry in 26 Second Avenue. And I think 26 Second Avenue, the fact that it's still there, the fact that it's still with us, it's still our place, is a testimony to the power and the future and the potential of our movement. That, you know, here we are, we're and when we visit, it's a constant reminder of Srila Prabhupada's willingness to begin very humbly and just take the small beginning and let it grow like a seed into a huge tree. So it's a wonderful feeling to be present in that space.
So if you're planning to visit New York, be sure to include 26 Second Avenue on your schedule of things to visit, your bucket list. And you can connect with devotees either at Bhakti Center or the center in Brooklyn to find out how to connect with someone who can open or
come to the program. Every Saturday night, we continue the tradition, the program of Srila Prabhupada to have Bhagavad Gita class. Now is Saturday night. Every Saturday at 5:30, we begin. We have a Bhagavad Gita class, so you know you'll be able to get in there. And still new people are coming, and still the mood and the spirit is there on 26 Second Avenue. So
we have Wednesday night and Saturday night. Is there any other program?
There was a Friday night program, and I'm not sure if it's because COVID kind of threw things in a bit of a spin. But there was a special program on Friday night as well. And let's gradually bring it back to more every day, perhaps.
So thank you all very much for tuning into this simultaneous Zoom webcast that's about to take place. And all glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, all glories to the 26 Second Avenue and all the temples that opened up after that moment in time when the first temple was established. Hare Krishna. Okay, so we are ready now for Vyasa Puja, for doing the Guru-Vandana. The devotees will sing and Pañcaratna is going to make the offering. So we are ready to roll on in there, and we'll highlight that, you know.
Śrī-Guru-Cha Atītaguṇa Bandhamui Bhate Śrī-Guru-Vandanā Service. Krishna Prati Boya Krishna Prati Guru Charane Rati Ese Uttamagati Ādipuruṣa Pure Kava Guru Charane Rati Uttamagati Ādipuruṣa Pure Kava Jande Jande Prabhu Te Divyāna Murtide Prokapito Jande Jande Prabhu Te Divyāna Murtide Prokapito Śrī-Guru Charane Rati Ese Uttamagati Ādipuruṣa Pure Kava Śrī-Guru Charane Rati Uttamagati Ādipuruṣa Prema Bhakti Ahavete Avidya Vinnatayate Vedikaya Yaharatari Thank you, Donna. Thank you. Padma-Vakya Chikkate Gauri Navakya Nanakori Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna.
Okay, just checking. That's fine.
Hare Krishna. Haribo. Jai, Jai, Srila Prabhupada ki. Srila Prabhupada ki. Srila Prabhupada. Samaveta, Bhakta Vrinda. Jai.
Saying the same thing every day for 50 years.
Hare Krishna. So,
This is the correct
And
concept.
I should get RT.
You want to go to the.
Correct. Things is.
The love was there.
This one. Yeah. Then I started fanning with the summer with this dog. You can leave it with the summer. You pick it up.
Hare Krishna, and
Because we are here in the first place. So now we're
like, little children, we're just, back in those days when we didn't know how to do anything. Those days are gone, now you know how to do everything.
well.
Hare Krishna, welcome to the Prabhupada Vyasa Puja Festival at 26 2nd Avenue. My name is Yadnath Das, and I'm part of the team here that maintains the Tirtha. I'm going to ask Karan Prabhu, if you would, just do a little rotation with the camera, just to show people, just because Satyaraj Prabhu came in now, we should not all say, Hari Bol, Satyaraj Prabhu. Shouldn't. I'm sorry, Satyaraj Prabhu, I know you don't like that. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm asking for the camera to be brought around, not on Satyaraj Prabhu, just the walls and everything, so you can see it's not the prettiest the Tirtha has ever looked before, but it's on its way. We're undergoing renovations under the vision of His Holiness Ravīndrasvarūpa Swami, we are executing a plan to renovate 26 Second Avenue so it looks and feels like it did when Prabhupada was here in the 60s. Right? People go to temples all the time. They want to see the deities and meet the devotees. When they come to Second Avenue, they really want to experience Srila Prabhupada because this is where everything started. This is where Srila Prabhupada incorporated ISKCON. So there has been extensive research done as to exactly what it looked like. And we've begun. It's going to be a slow, very gradual process. It's an expensive process. So we're always taking donations, but we have devotees working in here. And we put a few paintings back up just for today. But the ceiling is all boarded up. We took garbage down. So many things are happening. And we just kind of got the place back into semi-decent shape, thanks to the elbow grease of a lot of devotees who were here earlier today, cleaning up, getting a lot of the dust up. It's still a little bit dusty, so please forgive us for that. But it's exciting. Things are in a kind of a weird place because it's exciting. We're working toward something that's going to be very wonderful. And we hope that everybody can come physically to Second Avenue at all times, but especially after the renovation. It's going to be very moving, no doubt about it. So we are going to, we have a long list. I'd like to thank His Holiness Chandrasekhar Maharaj for assembling such a glorious list of speakers for today. At Second Avenue, we're going to stay with you until about 7:30 or 8 o'clock. Then it'll continue online, but we're going to close up shop, at Second Avenue. For those present here, there will be prasadam served at the Bhakti Center when we wrap up here. And that's going to be on the 5th floor, not on the temple, in the temple room.
Hare Krishna, Yogeśvara.
And I will remind you of that later on. So I'm going to go keep the introductions short so that we can hear more Prabhupada Katha. And I'd like to start off right now with Ādipuruṣa Prabhu, who was initiated in 1974. I can say that.
Didn't you get the thing? I guess I'll have to send it to you again if you don't have it.
Maharaj?
Yeah, just a second. Just a second. Hare Krishna. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can all hear you, Maharaj.
Yes.
Okay, I'm Yogeśvara, I'm on the line with Yogeśvara, but we're ready for Ādipuruṣa to give his Vyasa Puja offering. He's the first, and so you can go right on into that, and then I'll mute myself so that I can continue my conversation here. So
okay. Tell Yogeśvara that we all say Haribol.
Haribol!
What I tell you. Okay. Anyway, Ādipuruṣa Prabhu is
can you do you have the
to the many homeless people at and around Tompkins Square Park, where, by Srila Prabhupada's inspiration, he has been distributing prasadam 3 days a week, every week for decades. And actually, he's here with us now only because he's taking time out from an 11-hour shift from the preparation of that distribution to be with us. So we thank you very much. Please welcome Ādipuruṣa Prabhu.
Prabhu is saying he got initiated. Sometimes I find myself saying I got initiated, but actually more appropriately we like to say Srila Prabhupada kindly accepted me as a disciple. I didn't get initiated. Kind of an interesting shift in expression. So usually the format for the Vyasa Puja is that people speak, individuals, many times in the third person, about Srila Prabhupada. And the format often manifests as that person speaking and everybody else just listens. So we're going to shift a little bit. First of all, we're going to speak. We invite everyone to speak together to Srila Prabhupada. We ask you to join us to glorify Srila Prabhupada together. And pass these words out. Great grandfather Bhakti Vinod Thakur he, not that one. Let's see. Can you believe the folder behind you? The folder behind you? Somebody was helping. Oh, check it out. Okay, let's pass these around. You make sure you're all the same. This one. And so when we say these prayers composed by great grandfather Bhaktivinoda Thakur, there's the words. And then we ask you to invest the feeling. There's a few more. I'm going to repeat a little bit the same words. It's just a few sentences, but the feeling behind what Bhaktivinoda Thakur Maharaj had to say is very important. We are plagiarizing shamelessly Mahājanagati Kathasakada. We were following the footsteps of the Guru. We're repeating the words that he offered to his spiritual master, offering them to Srila Prabhupada. And of course, if you have a particular person you're taking shelter of, please say these words with feeling to that person. Is that okay for please share with them? Please, let's glorify the spiritual master together. I'll say the verse and then we'll do it together. Gurudev, Gurudev, with a drop of your
When somebody
mercy,
can speak here, we'll do this like the
of your mercy.
action.
Gurudev, with a drop
Man is well.
of your mercy. Make this servant always abide. No, that one, abide. Hang in there. Gurudev, with a drop of your mercy, make this servant always abide. Ready? Gurudev, with a drop of your mercy, make this servant always abide. Feel this spirit from the depths of our heart, please. One more time. Gurudev, with the drop of your mercy, make this servant always abide. Grant me strength in the Gurudev, with the drop of your mercy, make this servant always abide. Grant me strength, diversity, oh my soul, burn with God. We need, one more time. Gurudev, with the drop of your mercy, make this servant always abide. Grant me strength, diversity, oh my soul, burn with God. Next verse, let me do the whole verse. Let's just listen. Gurudev, in Krishna's creation, let me be your vessel of your peace. Chanting the holy name in jubilation, only then all my senses see. Right. Gurudev in Krishna creation, let me be the vessel of your peace. Remain it. Chanting the holy name in jubilation, only then all my senses see. Just one more time, deep feeling. Gurudev in Krishna creation, we be a vessel of your peace. Chanting holy name, jubilation, only then all the senses see. Great grandfather, Bhaktivinoda Thakur, praying to his spirit. Gurudev, I'm calling in. Without your grace, useless am I. Waves of tears will surely flow. Without your love, I soul will die. Gurudev, I'm falling. Without your grace, useless am I. Waves of tears surely flow.
He's not creating a mass. You can do it.
I soon will die. Today I'm falling in love. Without your
Yes, speaker.
Gurudev, your sweet mercy, please bestow this wretched sinner forever to save your swan. I'm just keep me at your beloved slave. Gurudev, your sweet mercy, please bestow
This volume down.
wretched
Turn up this one. That's what happened last time. This volume has to be down. This volume has to be down. That much will be right.
But right now we are not doing anything here.
It's okay, but still.
keep me at
This is directly connected
your
to the speaker
beloved
there.
slave. But this next verse everyone knows, I think. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama.
We'll figure out after this offering.
Unmute now. Unmute now. It will unmute.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Unmute.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Lila, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare great grandfather, so before I actually met Srila Prabhupada, I saw many pictures. The most tremendous dignity, regal, very elegant demeanor, completely superlative. The way he holds his head up, and I was fascinated. I actually removed a picture from the BTG magazine and put it up in the room I was staying in. And I would look at Prabhupada. And I was thinking, is he proud? Is he arrogant? He would be so aplomb. I was curious whether that was dignity and elegance and regal deportment, or whether there was something egotistical. But when Srila Prabhupada came to see us in 1974, and I looked in his eyes, I said to myself, this is a very humble, this is a very humble person. So that combination of being able to receive praise, respect, and to be glorified because he's Krishna's representative, and yet to be humble is an interesting paradox. And Srila Prabhupada explained to us that the key to that apparent paradox is transparency. You know that word transparency? What we have to say is only what we heard from Guru and Krishna. We're carrying the message, we didn't write the message. And then that's transparency going this way. And then there's transparency going the other way. When someone tries to give us credit, praise, respect, appreciation, donation, it goes, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. That we are not, we had one instance, we just mentioned this morning. We were down in South Jersey, and there was an Indian community there. They invited us to come and speak. We drove up in the vehicle, and beautiful, gigantic mansion-like house, and they must have been 100 more, all Indian tribe, singing, chanting Hare Krishna, gloriously, enthusiastically chanting the holy name. A stupendous kirtan. So we got out of the vehicle, and the devotee I was with went before me, carrying little deities of Gaudi Thai, walking up the sidewalk to the house. And as he got near to where everyone was chanting, the lady of the house snapped her fingers like that. And they brought out a big chair. You've seen those chairs with the big woven bamboo, backdrop, like a Vyasa sun. So the devotee sat down in the chair with the deities. And then the lady went, and her children came out. And they had, one of them was holding a big silver colored stainless steel bowl. And the other girl had a pitcher and a towel over her arm. The devotee began to realize they're going to wash the feet. This devotee jumps up from the chair while the kirtan is going on, goes running back to the van with the deities. Back to close, jumps in the van, closes the door, pulls the curtain, locks the door. And the kirtan stopped. The lady looks at me. Adi gestures to the chair. I was looking at the van. Okay, you know what to do here, right? This is kind of mystical, and maybe you don't believe this, but I heard Srila Prabhupada's voice, and he said, "You accept this on my behalf." I sat down in the chair. Beautiful Indian lady with jasmine flowers in her hair and gold filigree sari, you know, kneels down on the floor while I'm sitting in the chair, takes off my socks. I mean, it's kind of embarrassing to have somebody take off your socks, right? And she starts washing my feet with warm milk. And the kirtan starts up, you know, and I'm sitting there and she's washing my feet with warm milk. And then she starts drinking the milk as it's coming off my feet. And I'm just sitting there going, but I just kept hearing, "Prabhupada, you accept this on my behalf." So we went back and we told our authority what happened. He said, "See, if we reject it thinking it's from me, or we accept it thinking it's from me, it's the same damn thing. It's not for you." Well, glory to Srila Prabhupada. So we're transparent this way and we're transparent that way, and therefore, no matter how much praise, Chedi Raj, you remember Chedi Raj? Yeah? Chedi Raj? So one day, the devotees in the prasadam, when they were praising Chedi, "Chedi, you lead such great kirtan, you give such great classes, and you're doing such wonderful service on Sankirtan." There's somebody outside the door. Come in, come in. Is that door locked? Is it open? He's peeking in the door. You know he's running away. Anyway, so they were praising him. Chedi Raj is a comedian kind of guy. While they were praising him, Chedi Raj was going like this. I was thinking, "My God, what the hell is he doing?" He was taking all the praise, right? Then he went like this. What can I tell you? My spiritual masters make me into a jewel. But he gave the glories to Prabhupada. He accepted everything and he gave it to Prabhupada. And that's what we do. We're trying to do something. Who was mentioning, we take care of distributing Krishna's prasadam for the homeless people in the street. We spend $10,000 a month on this program. We've been doing it for 25 years without missing a day. Right through 9/11, right through the blackout, the Hurricane Sandy, COVID epidemic, you know, and I'm not ashamed to tell you that this amazing thing is going on by Prabhupada's grace. And one devotee was telling me recently, "Adi, you're just so pumped up. You're just praising yourself, glorifying your activities, and you want people to give you praise and credit and respect." So I was like, yeah. We do hope to inspire people. We do hope to do something wonderful and people will recognize it. And then we say, "All glory to Srila Prabhupada." We notice His Holiness Radha Swami like that. The most humble person on the planet, probably, in my estimation, right up there. And he's offered all kinds of praise and respect, but he's not, if you go to the bank and you give the teller $100, what do you do if he says, no, I cannot accept it? You say, "You put it in the drawer, stupid, it's not for you." Don't be ridiculous, right? So we do want to do something wonderful for Krishna. We do hope people will be appreciative. We do hope they will glorify that activity. We do hope they'll be inspired to contribute and to participate. But when the praise comes, we offer it where it's genuinely due. So we're offering all glory to Srila Prabhupada, the author of our faith, who's sustaining us. He is sustaining us. When we speak of him in the present tense. You want to do one more song, or is that too much time? That's it. I have time?
No, no.
Don't have time. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay, goes to Prabhupada, Hare Krishna.
I wish we had.
That's okay.
Enough said. Oh, wait. Thank you, Ādipuruṣa Prabhu. Even during RT two, it's sweet guitar playing. Okay, we'll keep it rolling here with Pañcaratna Prabhu. He was initiated in 1970.
I got it.
Whether it was building construction or working with the BBT or serving the GBC online and in other capacities, Pañcaratna Prabhu has served in New York, then in Mayapur, now in New York and Mayapur. He's one of these devotees who can do just about anything, and he does that for Srila Prabhupada all the time. Pañcaratna Prabhu. You want to sit or stand, Prabhu?
I'll sit.
Okay.
Śrīmad-Bhakti-Vedanta Swami Vid. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gaurāni Prayani Devi Sesha Silvari Prashtadesh Tarini.
Propose this poem, which I would like to share. My dear Srila Prabhupada, each day in your service brings me steadily closer to the divine world you reveal, though to me it's just a glimpse. Still, its power is so great. I remain captured by its promise. I simply follow in your footsteps. I'll break free all darkness and enter the light that dispels all ignorance and reveals who I truly am, replacing my illusion with substance. I don't deserve this great gift. Rather, quite the opposite. Forever wandering in samsara, I have served the cruel despot of my covetous heart that bears only selfish desire and keeps me in chains that burn like wildfire. Till the rain of your mercy, of the pure compassion rained down on my forlorn life and broke my cycle of destruction. The flow of your grace has reversed my direction. Matter, spirit, and now swept up in your mission. Though my old habits die hard, and my progress is slow, each day gives me proof of your continuing blessing, for which today and every day my gratitude is limitless. As I pray, my offenses are met with forgiveness. And out of your kindness, overlooking my weakness, and continue to engage me each moment in your service. I am worthy disciple and most grateful recipient of your loving kindness. Pañcaratna. Prabhupada, we heard from Ādipuruṣa about how important it is to be able to become your servant without false pride. This is something that I struggle with any time that I think, oh, that was nice. I think that I've accomplished something, and I forget that it is only by your mercy, only by your engaging me in your service that I can do anything. I am praying today to advance in spiritual life and come to understand really who I am. My poem tried to reflect that. And so I'm praying here in this place that you began. She's not here today, but I wanted to relate a story told by a resident here in 26 Second Avenue. We were coming here to give the talk on Saturday. Now I'm speaking to you, but Srila Prabhupada, if you confirm this somehow, I mean, I think Ādipuruṣa here is Prabhupada. And not so much, but maybe you can confirm it. But she relates how as a young girl she lived in Alphabet City, which New Yorkers here know is just a few blocks away. And she remembers driving as maybe 7 years old on the Bowery. And she remembers looking out the window of her car, she's driving with her father. She's not driving, she's only 7. So her father's driving along. And she looks out the window and she sees an old elderly man dressed in orange robes. And he's walking down the street alone. And he's playing these little cymbals, little finger cymbals, you call them, and singing. And she was just struck. What's this guy doing? And somehow that stuck in her 7-year-old mind. And she later became convinced, and I feel, that there probably weren't too many other people walking on the Bowery in 1966 playing in orange robe, playing cymbals, other than Srila Prabhupada. And what struck me, he was alone. He didn't have a Sankirtan party with him. And he was leading the kirtan and others were following. He was simply singing. Simply singing. There are a number of these stories. Another one related by a resident of Vrindavan. When Srila Prabhupada was residing, before Radha Damodar temple, he resided in a Radha Gopal, something, I don't really remember what the name is. Anyway, it's another temple. He resided on the top floor near to Keshigat. And this person remembers, this is after his sannyas initiation. He remembers how he noted that sometimes Prabhupada would go out and he would cross over the Jamuna River, and he could see, because this Jamuna and Keshigat were just nearby, so he could see across the river that Prabhupada would take his dandans and plant it in the sand of the Jamuna, take out his kartals, and just do kirtan, and circumambulate his danda. Alone. At least externally appearing alone, but not actually alone. That is another thing, Srila Prabhupada. I pray that one day I can follow in your footsteps and come to that platform that you experienced. You stated that when you came to America, people commented, well, you were alone. He said, no, I was never alone. I always felt the presence of my Guru. I pray that I may always feel your presence. I know your presence is there. But because I'm too absorbed in myself, I don't feel it. I pray that I may come to feel your presence at every moment in my life and know at every moment in my life, whatever comes, whatever success may be there, whatever quality of riches, it's all increase. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us. Do you have Yogeśvara online?
Yes.
Yogeśvara, if you are ready, Yogeśvara was initiated in 1969, and soon after initiation, recorded the Ramakrishna Temple album with his devotees. And as he sometimes likes to say, I figured they've got God and the Beatles. I did. What's not to like? So he's traveled the show fairly extensively, and he's authored really, for Christ. He's authored several books, some of which have been on the New York Times bestseller list. So, Yogeśvara, I see your name. I want to see your swan-like face. Actually, there's a weekly program at Bhakti Center, right across the block, 25%. 2 minutes. Of offerings there. The interesting people and have Bhakti its way through their lives. It's very practical oriented, how to apply it in a very practical way. At 6:30. It's just an hour, a very nice I'll just give my standard announcement here. We're going to have prasadam at around 8 o'clock. We'll go to Bhakti Center actually for the prasad on the 5th floor, not in the temple room, on the 5th floor. We are in the middle of renovation, so we're trying to raise money through various ways. You can go to KrishnaNYC.com, Krishna long spelling NYC.com if you need to make a donation. We also have shirts here, tote bags for sale. Shirts are only $15, tote bags are 10. If anybody's interested in getting some of that merchandise, you can see me at any time this evening. So does Chandrasekhar Maharaj want to go ahead to Anuttamā Prabhu, or is Yogeśvara available, or is it a technical difficulty?
No, they need to unmute Yogeśvara and unvideo him, you know. I don't know. That's what I tried to do it, but it doesn't seem to work for me. It must mean that
Okay.
Okay,
Gaur,
yeah, he's
Gaur Kumar's got it. Yeah.
he's unmuted now.
He's unmuted.
How about the video? It's video's not.
Right, I'm unmuted, but you'll have to imagine my physical countenance unless someone starts the video.
Right now,
Maharaj is the host. Only he can. So Maharaj, can you make Yogeśvara Prabhu co-host?
Just click the video icon.
Oh, I see. Only co-hosts can do it. Okay.
Yes, with this setting.
only co-hosts can do that. Huh?
So now you should be able to unmute yourself.
Yeah, he's unmuted, but
And you should be able to unvideo yourself too.
Well, I'm clicking on the start video and nothing is happening yet.
Yeah.
Well, if you want, I can just speak. You don't need to.
Well,
see.
it should try it again now.
yeah.
And there he is.
Goodness. Shocking. Hare Krishna. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Namane. Namaste Saraswati Devi. Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Desha Tarine. Hare Krishna. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to join you for this wonderful celebration of the life and mission of Srila Prabhupada. You know, being a member of the first generation provides some extraordinary memories that it's our obligation and our pleasure to share those memories. So let me do that. Let me share a few memories with you. We, from the early years, remember Srila Prabhupada as an innovator who made spiritual life very relevant to the world around us. When he presented Krishna consciousness, it was neither as a religion or as some kind of yogic panacea for reducing stress or something. He presented Krishna consciousness as the eternal nature of life itself and as a dynamic force for change in the world. And when we would discuss with him how to apply Krishna consciousness in the world, he was very clear. He wanted his disciples and grand disciples and so on to become a metaphorical head for the social body, a class of intellectually astute, exemplary men and women capable of advising heads of government and religious leaders and private sector decision makers. And whenever Srila Prabhupada spoke with representatives from these different areas of activity, he emphasized the need for a spiritually qualified class of people to guide them in their good governance of the populations under their control. I'll give you some examples. In May of 1974, Srila Prabhupada spoke with a Mr. Hennis from the International Labor Organization, which is based in Geneva. The ILO is a division of the United Nations. It was started in 1946 with the goal of eradicating exploitation in the workplace and creating safe standards for workplace activity worldwide. And you appreciated these goals, but you counseled this Mr. Hennis that workers are exploited by more than just ruthless bosses and unsafe conditions. They're unaware of their higher spiritual identity, and therefore they risk misusing those worker benefits. The ILL was providing material benefits. And what Srila Prabhupada recommended to this Mr. Hennis is that if you wanted to achieve a lasting outcome, then the ILO should invite input from a spiritually educated advisory board. And such a advisory board would not only help employers achieve corporate goals, but also instill in them a sense of a higher purpose to educate workers about their real self-interest, God consciousness. And then after this gentleman left, we talked with you, and the question was raised that during the conversation, Srila Prabhupada, with this gentleman, you mentioned that there is nowhere any sanction by God for heavy industry. So does that mean that if people want to take to Krishna consciousness, they have to stop working in factories and in industry? And Prabhupada said, absolutely not. Our recommendation is that whatever position you're in, you chant Hare Krishna, and workers can chant too. What's the difficulty? Even in factories, they can take some leisure time. Why not sit down for a few minutes and have a chanting session? But eventually, one of the devotees there said, eventually, I'm sure you mean that they have to stop working in heavy industry. And Prabhupada said, no, you repeated, no. There's no question of stopping. If that's their livelihood, if that's how they're earning a living, how can they stop doing that? That's not possible. But they can add Krishna consciousness. Then things will be adjusted. So it was a very practical program that he was laying out. And sometimes to encourage this bhakti-friendly kind of workplace environment, on several occasions, he recommended that businesses dedicate some space, physical space where employees could congregate for free prasadam distribution and kirtan. And when the workers realize that management is concerned for their spiritual well-being, as well as paying them a salary, they will gladly give the company their best effort. So it's a brilliant strategy if you think about it, because it doesn't mean that you have to tear down factories or overthrow capitalism. Rather, it's encouraging reform from within by increased spiritual practices. So that same week, which was May of 1974, and this is more than 40 years before efforts to foster economic isolation and border tariffs, which is kind of what's typified American political history for the last 20, 30 years. Prabhupada commented to a Professor Webster from an Italian organization called the Società Filosofica. Prabhupada said to him, why should trade, international trade of goods, be taxed? He says, that's unnatural. Trade should be free from taxation. The general public wants the best goods at a good price. So if Japan or Germany or any other country can supply goods at a better price, why should that be restricted? Let people take advantage of that. We say everything belongs to Krishna. We're all children of God. So let us live peacefully and use God's property in common. The so-called politicians, Prabhupada said, and the leaders, they're saying, no, you cannot enter here, no immigration, but there is enough land, Prabhupada said. There's enough water. Just use everything properly. Let everyone live peacefully, have sufficient food, chant Hare Krishna, go back to Godhead. That's our philosophy. So once again, he was presenting what sounded like economic policy, but it was really very practical positions that did not ignore the issues of the world. Rather, they proposed solutions that would benefit people both materially and spiritually. So that was Prabhupada. He managed to present things in a balanced way. There was another strategy, another example of applying that strategy. He urged religious leaders, this was in meetings in Europe, to recognize consciousness in animals. He said this was critical, not just for ontological reasons. I mean, you know, the evidence is there, the symptoms of life are there in animals as well as humans, but also because human rights are linked to animal rights. And he made the point that religions will never make a lasting contribution to a peaceful, nonviolent world if they continue to believe that only humans possess eternal souls. So he insisted that it is the duty of religious leaders to educate their followers with this respect for the dignity of life in all of its many different forms. And I was personally there when he spoke about this with Cardinal Danielou in Paris. And on the drive back to the Paris temple, I asked him why so often he emphasizes this point with religious leaders who obviously would have preferred to discuss some higher religious philosophy. And Prabhupada said, if they cannot understand the basics, where's their question of higher principles? First, let them accept that the symptoms of life are there in animals as prominently as they are in humans. We eat, animals eat. We sleep, animals sleep. We defend, we mate, animals defend, animals mate. The soul is there. And how can we discuss higher principles if they haven't understood this basic point and can you continue to slaughter innocent creatures? Also, when it came to the equality of women, Prabhupada was very clear that historically subordinate roles have been imposed on women, but that has nothing to do with the spiritual reality of the equality of all beings. And this kind of misogyny, this male chauvinism and discrimination are condemned by enlightened souls. So he acknowledged that traditionally there were these roles ascribed to women, often advocating that women should be protected since they're the only ones capable of bearing children, and that requires a safe space and so on. But he gave priority to the equality of all beings and urged us to honor everyone, regardless of sex, race, religion, ethnic origin, and so on. So how tragic it is that this simple truth of Prabhupada's teachings has been marginalized and ignored. In the field of science, he pointed out the risks posed by scientists who downgrade consciousness to an accidental interaction of inert particles and blind forces. While political despots exercise a short-term capacity to intimidate, if you think about this, manipulative scientists posit a much more long-lasting form of intimidation, namely scientific evidence purporting to show that life is a senseless tragedy, right? And made worse by people of faith like the Hare Krishnas who insist on investing life with meaning. I remember one morning walk in Paris, he was talking about this danger in physicalist science. And he talked about the scientists. He said, we should not even see their faces, underscoring the criminal nature of such dangerous declarations. He said, they are not even gentlemen. He said, a gentleman would be ashamed to speak such nonsense. A gentleman thinks twice before saying such things. So then he pointed to there were some of his Bhaktivedanta Institute disciples there. And he said, you must write very strongly, vehemently. Even if it is a little offensive, sometimes these rascals should be taught a good lesson. They are misleading others. As soon as you say God created, immediately to become arrogant. And he said, that's our protest. These are his words. He said, we do not deprecate the intention of scientists to advance knowledge. We don't put that down at all, but we protest against their defying the authority of God. So he would come down very, very strong on this point. It's understandable if Srila Prabhupada's positions have not received wider attention. I mean, heads of state, we're in the middle of the beginning of presidential campaigns here, and the candidates are exclusively pandering to people's material appetites. Right? There's no interest in advocating simple living and high thinking. So he wanted heads of society to be of ideal character, otherwise everything would be spoiled. So that's how we, from that first generation, remember Srila Prabhupada as a visionary who elevated universal concerns to a place above manipulative politics or confusing religion or manipulative science. He was a pragmatist who asked with a full heart, Krishna consciousness makes you happy, so why not take it? And he raised our vision to heights of personal and societal progress. And that can be achieved through intelligent application of his teachings. And those memories, I can speak now personally, of Srila Prabhupada as a visionary for what the world could be, those memories have sustained me over the years. So thank you very much for this opportunity to be with you here and to share some memories of our beloved founder Acharya. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Yes.
That
was wonderful. Yes, Maharaj.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, it's really hard to hear anybody from 26th Avenue. I don't know how you're miking it. You must be using the microphone from the cell phone, and it's just picking up what's in the room, and that's really not working very well. Maybe I'll just introduce, because what comes over from there, and we've got Atītaguṇa and Locanananda were going to speak from there, but everybody who speaks from there has to really belt it out, or else you're not going to be heard. The speaker, the microphone system isn't working well there. So anyway, introduce our next participant, which will be Anuttamā, and then we'll roll on.
Should I just go ahead and start, Raj? Seems like they're having trouble with their mic even more now. I can do so. I'm Anuttamā. I'm based in Washington, D.C. It's a great honor to be, especially with this Vyasa Puja offering coming, house there in 26th Avenue. That's pretty special. And I want to thank Yogeśvara Prabhu for reminding us, or telling us some of those beautiful stories about Prabhupada. Especially, I had never heard that exchange about the factory workers and Prabhupada's analysis of that. It makes perfect sense. I was at the Baltimore Temple this morning talking with a devotee who was a doctor about his concern. I'm taking care of people's bodies. What I really want to do is help more with their soul. And, and we talked about how to integrate that, because certainly being a doctor is a very valuable contribution to society. And it's not that when everyone becomes a devotee, if everyone was to become a devotee of Hare Krishna, a Vaishnava, it doesn't mean all of a sudden we don't need doctors. We still need doctors, but how can doctors and factory workers and everyone else spiritualize their existence? So thank you, Yogeśvara. I wrote an offering that was published. The book's not so available, but they did publish a book, and of course online, so it's okay. I'll just read this, and maybe if there's a little extra time, will let us catch up on the schedule. So again, thank you for welcoming me here. Really appreciate that. Nama Om Vishnu Paraya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Bicharane Nirvasesha Shunyavadi Pashtatari Zatarane. Dear Srila Prabhupada, just recently a spacious new ISKCON temple was inaugurated in Naperville, Illinois, in suburban Chicago, and beautiful marble deities of Sri Sri Radha Shama Sundar were installed during a gorgeous three-day festival. With the assistance of a cadre of highly trained ISKCON priests from both India and the United States, participants observed 3 days of elaborate Vaishnava yagyas, rituals, and mantra chanting. ISKCON sannyasis, GBC members, gurus, temple presidents, and other senior devotees were there to honor the event and share words of wisdom. Youthful devotees, and some not so youthful, led the thousands of attendees in hours of profoundly inspiring kirtan. Members of the U.S. Congress, the Illinois House of Representatives, the County Commissioner's Office, and the City Council came in person to share their appreciation for ISKCON and to give their support to this community and the new place of worship established in their state, county, and city. Later this year, another large and beautiful temple building will be inaugurated by ISKCON's community in the Washington, D.C. area, the nation's capital, and one of the most important cities in the world. Here too, devotees of Krishna will welcome this new place of worship with Vaishnava yagyas, kirtan, feasting, puja, the presence of senior ISKCON leaders, and dignitaries from the government, academia, and other religious communities. New temples are also underway, Srila Prabhupada, in other parts of the United States, including Columbus, Ohio, and Parsippany, New Jersey. And of course, other ISKCON initiatives like book distribution, Rath Yatra, Krishna House, Vaishnava Care, Hare Krishna Food Relief, Food for Life, and more continue to flourish and plant and grow the seeds of bhakti across the country. All of this growth and enthusiasm and expansion is due to you, Srila Prabhupada. It was you who had the vision to come to America. It was you who saw fit to engage half-crazed American youth as your pioneer missionaries. It was you who reached out to the Indian diaspora and those still in India, asking them to take up and carry forward the mission of Lord Chaitanya. It was you who envisioned and built beautiful temples in the lands of the Malechas, who engaged the downtrodden, who purified the forgetful, and who gave hope to the hopeless. Now, as your disciples and grand disciples, it is our duty to remain faithful followers of your mission, your teaching, your mood, and especially your example. Please bless us to know that our connection to you goes deepest when we hanker and strive to understand your unending compassion, your commitment to the order of your Guru Maharaj, and your willingness to sacrifice for others' well-being. This brief memory of you below is an eye-opening one. This is something recalled by Prabhu Vishnu Prabhu in the Prabhupada Memory Series by Siddhanta. It's very short, but I quoted from this. I thought it was very important. Prabhu Vishnu writes, once I went into Prabhupada's room, and when he was sitting in the corner with his head in his hand. He sat there for a few minutes with a pained expression on his face. Then he looked up at me and said, this Bombay project is such a headache. It is such a headache. He paused, and then he said, but it is for Krishna, so it is all right. Srila Prabhupada, sometimes ISKCON devotees assume that everything you did to establish the Krishna consciousness movement came easily for you. The Insight Above and others like it give us a more mature understanding. You bore many burdens. You tolerated many difficulties, many distressful and painful conditions, and you made many personal sacrifices, all for the pleasure of Lord Krishna and your Guru Maharaj, and to alleviate the suffering of the forgetful souls of this world. Srila Prabhupada, please bless me, bless us, bless every member of ISKCON, so-called big or small, to set aside our personal agendas, our argumentative natures, our petty bickering, our seeds of sectarianism, and our unwillingness to sacrifice for the sake of cooperation, so that we may better manifest as that transcendental army of mercy as you envisioned. We want to help you carry your burdens for the Lord. We want to willingly and lovingly bear the headaches of awakening Krishna consciousness, pure love of God all across the globe. We too want to learn to carry these hardships as you showed us, but it is for Krishna, so it is all right. Srila Prabhupada, please bless us to become mature sons and daughters and grandsons and granddaughters, so that together, despite our differences in generations and cultures, we will cooperatively carry forward your mission. Please bless us to always remain a united, strong, loving, and exemplary international society for Krishna consciousness. Your servant Anuttamā Das. Jai Srila Prabhupada Ki. So I'll stop and give a chance to catch up back on the schedule. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Honored to be with everybody on this most auspicious day. Jai Srila Prabhupada.
So we're trying something here. Maharaj, can you hear me any better at this point?
It's a little better. It is better.
It's a little better.
A little better. It's way, way better. And whatever
It's
you're
way
doing,
better.
keep doing it. Way,
Okay.
way better. Whatever you're doing, keep doing it.
Okay, I was chanting Italian mantras in my mind as I was speaking, so I'll continue to do that. Yeah, so the just for the speakers or speaker who's in the room, we're going to position you close to the laptop so that that microphone can pick you up a little bit more clearly, and as much as you can project, please do. Thank you very much, Anuttamā Prabhu, for that wonderful homage. We're going to go from the ridiculous to the sublime and ask his wife, Rukmiṇī Devi, to speak. Rukmiṇī was initiated, I think it was 1968. Correct me if I'm wrong. Was it 1968? It was 1968.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. She is the founder of the Urban Devi Collective. She's on the board of directors for the Bhakti Center, and she's like a guru, actually, providing guidance for many young women embarking upon and also established on the path of bhakti. And for that, we're all very grateful. Please welcome Rukmiṇī Devi.
Thank you so much for inviting me to speak. My dear Eternal Master and Eternal Father, Srila Prabhupada, I offer my repeated obeisances at your lotus feet. Your mission was first and foremost, Paschatya Desha Tarine, to preach Krishna consciousness in the Western world. The secret truth of exactly how to do that was hidden, though, in the core of your heart. Who else but a Mahajan like you could have done this? Tarko Pratista Shutayo Vibhinna, Nasav Rishir Yasya Matam Nabinnam, Dharmasya Tattvam Nihitam Guhayam, Mahajanayena Gatasapanta. Dry arguments are inconclusive. A great personality whose opinion does not differ from others is not considered a great sage. Simply by studying the Vedas, which are variegated, one cannot come to the right path by which religious principles are understood. The solid truth by which religious principles are understood is hidden in the heart of an unadulterated, self-realized person. Consequently, as the Shastras confirm, one should accept whatever progressive path the Mahajans advocate, and this is from the Mahabharata. No one should be so foolish as to think that there's a need now to redirect, reimagine, or restrict the tsunami of mercy you've unleashed, Srila Prabhupada, following the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. O most glorious, most generous of masters, you extended your mercy in unprecedented ways. Your invitation to all of us, even to the radical beat poet, Allen Ginsberg, was, come live with me. You knew that Western people had no sattvic home or shelter for practicing bhakti. So you created sacred temple ashrams, safe havens where we could all live together without sectarianism and gain a foundation in the practice of Krishna consciousness. One of your godbrothers once seemingly praised himself while undermining your service. He said, referring to us, your flawed disciples, he said, "It was not my mentality to associate with so many low-class people. But your mentality, Srila Prabhupada, was one of extraordinary mercy and selfless compassion without discrimination. Your compassion could not be imitated by anyone of a lesser realization. You risked your life for us time and time again. You tirelessly crisscrossed the 7 oceans and 7 seas for us all, time and time again." Srila Rupa Goswami was celebrated as Sri Chaitanya Manobhishtam. He understood the mind and the intention of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. In the same way, Srila Prabhupada, you understood the mind and intention of your Guru Maharaj. You understood how to preach Krishna consciousness in the Western world, creating regular daily programs with the 5 most important angas of bhakti at their core, as recommended by Lord Chaitanya. Sadhu Sangha Namakirtan Bhagavat Shravan, Maturavas Shri Mutira Shradaya Sevan. One should associate with devotees, chant the holy name of the Lord, hear Srimad Bhagavatam, reside at Mathura, and worship the deity with faith and veneration. This is from Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya Lila. In this way, Srila Prabhupada, you created significant lasting changes in culture and societies all over the world. In the 1960s, the principles you taught were unheard of or scoffed at and considered far outside the mainstream. Now, so many of these core principles of Krishna consciousness are being practiced and embraced in the public square all over the world. The chanting of sacred mantras like the Maha Mantra are being practiced in yoga studios everywhere. Belief in reincarnation is being accepted by Christians, Jews, and other Western people. Vegetarianism is being touted by health practitioners as being a way out of so many cancer-prone diets, and a practice of living a simpler, more natural way of life, as you instructed, is now being advocated by environmentalists as the only way to resolve our global crisis of climate change. The tsunami of your compassion was first and foremost facing west, but then you turned east toward India, toward Russia, and toward Africa. Then you directed the attention of your disciples toward China and the Islamic countries as well. Why? Because the cornerstone of your preaching and the teaching of Lord Sri Chaitanya is that all living beings are but part of the Supreme. Or in other words, Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, they are mine. You, Srila Prabhupada, are the great Mahajan spiritual master who has seen this truth. As your disciples, we need to see it as well. The tsunami of Prema Sankirtan, originally unleashed by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and brought to every shore of this world by you, cannot be stopped. At the same time, we failed you in so many ways, Srila Prabhupada, and failed your Vaikuntha children, as you call them, as well. Now we must, without finger pointing, become more vigilant in detecting the finer and finer dust within our own hearts, within our communities, and within our families. We must now cast out the choking weeds that can destroy the very fabric and the unity of our community from within. Oh, Srila Prabhupada, I am so weak. I am so often deluded, and yet I know that you will never abandon me. quoting from Srila Prabhupada's poem. Misled we are, all going astray. Save us, Lord, our fervent pray. Wonder thy ways to turn our face. Adore thy feet, your divine grace. My dear Srila Prabhupada, please flood my heart with the tsunami of your compassion as you have flooded the rest of this world. Please engage me as a carrier of your compassion and wash away everything in my heart that is not of service to your mission. You have saved me and so many others by your unprecedented compassion. I pray to never fail to extend your compassion to all others. Your service is my only shelter in this transient world full of so much suffering. I pray with hope for your extraordinary mercy in these most trying times. Your eternal servant and daughter, Rukmiṇī Devi Dasi. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Rukmiṇī, welcome to the people who are just coming in to the room here and also online. We're going till 8 o'clock in the room or thereabouts. And the online program will continue till much later, 10:30, something like that. Next up is Ambarīṣa, who Ambarīṣa was initiated in 1974 or 5. He had made all kinds of very significant contributions to this movement, and in particular in Hawaii, Detroit, and Mayapur. In Mayapur, he is currently the chairman of the TOVP. Very important project for the society. So we're really pleased to have you. Let's welcome Ambarīṣa.
Hare Krishna, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but we don't see you. Can you
Oh, yeah, I
unmute
don't
your
know
video?
why. Nothing's happening with the video.
Oh,
Anyway,
really?
better to hear than see. Oh, there I am.
Well, there you go.
Okay. All right. Jai Srila Prabhupada Namam Vishnupadaya Kasvastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Nityanamane Namaste Saraswati Avagaro Vicharne Nirvisesa Nivati Vashtata Satarne Vanchakapa Drivastrakipasindabheva Chapatita Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. And I'm very happy to be here, virtually anyway, to be with these esteemed God brothers and God sisters, and to be at 26 Second Avenue virtually. As Yadanath knows, I feel that 26 Second Avenue is the most important place in the Western world. In Calcutta, I haven't, but the devotees there have purchased Srila Prabhupada's birthplace and the place where he met with Bhaktisiddhanta for the first time. So, and really done a wonderful job of making those places over and wonderful places to visit. And although I think those are very, very important, I feel that 22nd Avenue for us Westerners is more important. So it was the first foothold of a Krishna consciousness in the Western world, and very important to Srila Prabhupada and ISKCON in the history of our movement. So, I'm very happy to see that Ṛdhānanda Swami has taken that up as one of his focuses, and that's really wonderful. So I don't want to go over and say the things that I usually do, but I'll just mention a few things, and then I'll mention a couple of things about the Temple of Vedic Planetarium if nobody minds because that is my major focus right now. And my wife's major focus. She's become the chief designer of the interior. And so, and Vilas, who's my right-hand man, has taken it upon his shoulders to keep the fundraising going and, you know, keeping Mayapur cleaned out and refurbished and make it ready for this beautiful temple that's going to be there. So I'm very fortunate that I have this service because it's very easy for me to get distracted. So I need something to sink my mind in. So this project is complicated enough and daunting enough so that it keeps me very busy day after day. So I first met Srila Prabhupada in Dallas, and I went into his room and paid my obeisances. And as I was getting up, he said, "So you are Henry Ford's great grandson?" And I said, "Yes, Srila Prabhupada." He said, "So where is he now?" And, you know, that kind of put me back on my heels because, you know, but at the same time, it was what I needed to hear. Because I realized that no matter how much fame and fortune you make in this life, at the time of death, it's finished. So it was a good lesson for me to learn. And I traveled with Srila Prabhupada in India. And back in 1975, India was not easy to get around in. So I was not enamored with India, let me say, in 1975. But, you know, Srila Prabhupada was my life and mission. He had saved my life, you know, from being a hopeless hippie and gave me a purpose in life. So I was very, very happy and wanted to serve him to the best of my ability. So he would give me, you know, I started with Hawaii, then I did Detroit, you know, under his guidance. And then the next thing was to request me to be involved with the Mayapur project. And at the time, I had not even ever been to Mayapur. So its significance didn't really dawn on me till years later. So, you know, as we started our construction, and this was many years after Srila Prabhupada's departure, but he planted the seed in 1976 in Detroit. He was telling about the Temple of Vedic Planetarium and what he wanted to do in Mayapur. And, you know, so even though it was, I'll tell you another anecdote. When I went on my first walk with Srila Prabhupada, I was late and I apologized. I said, "I'm sorry I'm late." And he said to me, "Well, better late than never." And I found that that was the epitaph for many of my encounters with Srila Prabhupada. So as far as the TOVP goes, better late than never. And we did start in earnest in 2009. And we've come quite a ways, you know, so, and it's been a very exciting journey. And somebody sent me this article this morning from, where is it from? Hold on. Jaipur Dialogues. And it's talking about the TOVP, and it says, and I'm quoting from this article, "This temple will showcase the magnificence of Sanatana Dharma in all its glory and pomp. Hence, the temple's beauty and elegance will serve as a tight slap on the face of those who dare to question Sanatana Dharma." So I love that, you know, and I think Srila Prabhupada would love that also. So, you know, it's a wonderful thing to be involved in this project, and now my whole family's involved, and Amrita and Rishikesh, of course, are also busy in Washington. So, but I try to steal their attention away from Mayapur every once in a while. So, anyway, Srila Prabhupada was very, very compassionate upon me and patient with me. And, as we say every morning, you are my Lord, birth after birth. And I definitely feel that way, that Srila Prabhupada is my Lord, birth after birth. He saved me from a very hellish existence. And every day he's saving me more and more. And, my wife Swaha is there. She's like a rock. So, I'm very, very grateful. I have many, many blessings in this life, and they're all coming from Srila Prabhupada. So when we say all glories to Prabhupada, we really mean it. We mean it. So anyway, it's wonderful to be here, and I loved hearing my God brothers. I think Yogeśvara, I think you should run for office. So, your message was very, very well received. So anyway, thank you very much for allowing me to come here and express my love and appreciation for Prabhupada. He was a very unique individual. And, I was very fortunate to have some personal association with him. And once you had that, you could never go back. It was really wonderful. So thank you very much for inviting me to speak today. And I hope to hear more from all of you. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Ambarīṣa Prabhu. I am told that the microphone was acting up again. I hope this is better. Just have to keep reminding myself to speak up. Ambarīṣa Prabhu, we're so pleased to be able to have you involved in this program. Thank you very much. And as we speak right now, we are printing the Yogi in 24 bumper stickers for his presidential bid. That'll show Vivek Ramaswamy. Okay. So now, do we have Ravīndrasvarūpa online?
Hare Krishna, can you hear me? So we are going, is it possible for Kalakaṇṭha to slot in, and then Ravindra can be on the other side? He's saying he's just getting set up, so.
Is Kalakaṇṭha Prabhu with us?
Yeah, I see
He needs to be made a co-host.
Okay.
yeah, where was he? I just saw him, but I've lost him again. Oh, here he is.
Okay.
I'll make
co-host.
Okay, now he's a co-host, so he should be able to unmute himself and get on.
Very good. Very good. Kalakaṇṭha Prabhu was initiated in 1973. He is an initiating guru, the author of several books, including books that render both the 10th canto and the Bhagavad Gita in verses of writing couplets. Pretty cool, that. Perhaps the most significant contribution is his and his wife, Gita Mitra's development of Krishna House in Dreamsville, a successful model which they've replicated throughout North America. They've delineated their success for interested parties to follow in their new book, Krishna House, ISKCON Ashramites in the West. Look for it. Kalakaṇṭha Prabhu, take it away. Thanks for coming.
Hare Krishna, it's so nice to be here. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhyevacha patitanam pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Yes, what a wonderful virtual gathering of sadhus, and it's so inspiring to hear everybody. Srila Prabhupada was reaching out to everybody in whatever condition they were. In my case, I was a young seeker, practicing yoga, trying to understand the Supreme, disappointed with the religious training of my youth. And then by his grace, I met his disciples, and all of a sudden here were people who were walking the talk. Even though they were also young people like me, they were clearly on a higher level of spiritual realization than I had ever encountered in my searching. And what they offered to me was so very tangible. As Srila Prabhupada writes, the techniques of spiritual life and the purposes of ISKCON. They could teach me the techniques of spiritual life, which was exactly what I was seeking. So I'm very grateful to Srila Prabhupada for making the process of Krishna consciousness so very accessible. We all remember how he initially requested devotees in New York to chant 64 rounds, then, okay, that's too much, 32, okay, that's too much, 16, but no less. So we can see from that little anecdote how the life of a sadhaka traditionally in India differs so much from the sadhakas Srila Prabhupada sought to create in the West. The sadhakas in the West are infected much more heavily with the mode of passion and could not possibly sit down and meditate for hours and hours on end every day. So this is Srila Prabhupada's greatness and why he was successful, that he was not bound to some stereotype. He was not bound to some kind of established system. He was ready to adjust and to improvise and to do what was necessary to make the mission of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu successful in this part of the world. So in our preaching in the West, this has been my life now for 50 years. I have loved every minute of it. It has been a wonderful experience. And recently I went to my 50th high school reunion just to see what that would be like. And I've met many old friends from the class of, what was that, 1972. And so many of them said the same thing, that I'm so glad that I can retire now and do what I want to do. And I didn't say it, but I was thinking, I've been doing what I wanted to do since I was 18, and I don't want to retire. So this is the life that Srila Prabhupada has given us. So that life for me has been characterized mostly by working in this part of the world in the West. Now, in the 70s, India and ISKCON was like Timbuktu, as Ambarīṣa Prabhu was saying. It was difficult to travel, it was remote. Only very surrendered devotees would go from the West, where things were happening, to India, where things were tough. And the tide has turned now, and things in India are booming, and the access of the devotees to the higher echelons of society is incredible. And the success and the hard work that they have done in establishing ISKCON as a very respectable organization is noteworthy. Now in the West, the struggles the devotees have to reach the broader audience are conspicuous. The Prabhupada's arrival in New York City coincided with policy changes in the US government that allowed for Indian immigrants. It is truly mystical how just at that time, the US government allowed for immigration from India, just as Srila Prabhupada's acquaintance applied on his behalf. And also that there was so much social unrest with the hippies at that time. And people were looking for alternatives. Clearly, all of this was happening by Krishna's arrangement. So people in our generation were disenchanted by the success, by the routine, by the goals and aspirations of our parents. So we were looking for a higher purpose and for higher goals and for higher meaning in our lives. So Srila Prabhupada came to us just at this very appropriate time. And subsequently, things grew very quickly in America, and temples would spring up. Young men and women would go to new cities, and within a short time, they would have a following, they would have book distribution, and then they would establish temples. It is a tremendous history. All of these incredible temples that were established by people with so little background and so little knowledge and experience in the tradition. And this is just evidence of Srila Prabhupada's power, how he could so remarkably empower young people to do things far beyond their apparent capacities. So in many cities in the West and North America, the temples were the first available to the growing Hindu diaspora, the people who are immigrating from India with the newly opened visa policies from the United States government. So for many in America and Canada, these temples became havens. They became a little piece of home, a little place where they could feel connected, even in this new country. So Srila Prabhupada was in, there's a very interesting story in this regard that Borijan Prabhu shared that I would like to present to you. Borijan Prabhu went to Hong Kong on Srila Prabhupada's order, most difficult place. And he was going to try to reach the local populations, but primarily he was getting response from the business community, the Indian business community there. So Srila Prabhupada came to visit, and the wealthy patrons arranged for the penthouse at the Hong Kong Hilton to be available for Srila Prabhupada. And there was a large gathering there, formal gathering. So Srila Prabhupada came in to speak, and unlike, as Borijan Prabhu was expecting, him lecturing on Bhagavad Gita, he started speaking about how it was not Gandhi, but Subhas Chandra Bose who liberated India from the Westerners, from the English. So, of course, Gandhi is practically a deity to many in India. In fact, once in North Carolina, I was visiting the opening of a Hindu temple. They had an election to determine who would be the deity on the altar in the new temple. So Krishna got 65 votes, and Shiva got 42, and Ganesh got 12, and Mahatma Gandhi got 3. So for Srila Prabhupada to speak about Gandhi in this way really caught Borijan Prabhu off guard, and he couldn't understand. So Prabhupada went on to explain how it was Bose who organized the expatriates, Indian soldiers who were willing to defect and join the Indian National Army, to defect from the English army and join the Indian National Army in Singapore. It was that threat of military force that contributed to the British being driven out of India. So after this lecture, Srila Prabhupada was quite, Borijan was quite confused. Why would Prabhupada talk about this of all topics? And so he approached Prabhupada and said, so Prabhupada, were you hinting that these Indian expatriates, these immigrants, should help you in your mission as they help Bose in his? And Prabhupada said, yes, you have understood. So this is the point, that now we have this situation in the West where India is booming and the West is struggling in many places. Paschatya Desha Tarne, nonetheless, remains our mission. This is the part of the world to which we are assigned. And as everyone who has done it knows, it is much, much more difficult to bring a Western person to Krishna consciousness, a person of any non-Hindu background, than it is to bring somebody who is already familiar with so many of the tenets and practices of Bhakti Yoga. It is a miracle that Srila Prabhupada was able to do this all by himself. And yet that is what he came to do. That is what the mantra that he wrote in his own pranam mantras specifies. And so clearly that is our legacy here in the West, not only in the West, but all over the world, wherever in the 75 countries where ISKCON exists, wherever there are local populations aside from the Hindu diaspora. Now, the Hindu diaspora represents about 1/3 of 1% of humanity. Overall, Hindus are maybe 15% of humanity. But as far as the outside of India, although it's the largest diaspora in the world, it's just a fraction of the world's population. And yet many of our temples are still resting on the shoulders of these very sincere devotees who are taking up Prabhupada's mission. So the point of the book that Yadanath Prabhu mentioned, our book called Krishna House, ISKCON Ashramites in the West, is that the ashram members from the early days of ISKCON created temples. And now the temples are in the care primarily of the Indian community and the congregation. So the question is now, can the congregations again create the facilities necessary to attract Western people to Krishna consciousness. It is, on one hand, it's said that monkeys can preach more easily to monkeys than, and this was why Lord Ram engaged with Bali and others as he did. But the point is that anyone who knows the science of Krishna consciousness, and even more importantly, has the spirit of Srila Prabhupada's preaching, Paścatya Deshatarane, anyone, regardless of their background, regardless of their ethnicity, nationality, etc., anyone who understands that can reach local audiences. It's just more than anything a question of intent. So now when we are challenged to carry on Srila Prabhupada's movement, our generation is fading out. Those of us who are his disciples, we're in the twilight of our preaching careers in most cases. So the question is, how can that spirit be brought forward to succeeding generations? It has been very challenging to even keep the temples open in the West at times. It would have not been possible without the congregational support. But now, can the devotees who are sincerely following Srila Prabhupada capture this mood that he so beautifully exemplified and take on this daunting challenge of convincing people with no qualification to take up Krishna consciousness? This is truly what it means to be Srila Prabhupada's follower, to capture at least a desire to reach a broader population with this all-important message of Krishna consciousness. So I would like to read to you a short offering that I wrote in this regard, and I'll conclude with that. Chandrasekhar Maharaj, are you able to put that up on screen for me? This is an astakam, a short 8-verse poem.
Yes, I can, but he has to highlight my screen. So
Okay, if you would, please. Okay, scroll up a bit, please, Maharaj.
okay.
We're not at the beginning.
Okay.
Oops. Looks like you missed a verse there, so.
Let me see. Well.
Okay.
Somehow or other, you know.
So the first verse got cut off. That's okay. I'll read it.
Okay.
And then we'll pick it up. This poem is called The Cherished Suffix. A nice devotee has the same initiated Vaishnav name as Srila Prabhupada you gave to me. And though it means I'm growing old, I'm very fortunate to hold this cherished suffix ACBSP. This suffix ACBSP is not MD or PhD or something giving one the Midas touch. However, since it came to me from Krishna's dearmost deputy, it quite fulfills me. Thank you very much. The A stands for Abai, a word that indicates a self-assured devotee who's protected all around. The C is Charanaravinda, lotus feet of Sri Govinda, where such perfect confidence is found. The B, Bhaktivedanta, means that love and knowledge can convene within one great extraordinary soul. The S is Swami, his divine and graceful presence so refined it makes the broken heart again be whole. The P is Prabhupada, is he who other Prabhus constantly take shelter of by sitting at his feet. Your shelter, Prabhupada, goes on. Accessible to everyone, not merely to us ACBSPs. It's true that 50 years ago, some 50 times I saw your glow, your brilliant presence right before my eyes. I was so new, so immature, 19, naive, and insecure. You were more kind than I could realize. Today, your followers can read your books and your biography and savor your disciples' memories. So any thoughtful person can reach out and take your kindly hand, whomever or wherever they may be. Today's Vaishnavas and those to come shall do much more than we have done as ACBSPs all fade away. My namesake's more advanced than I. So Prabhupada, please hear my cry. Don't kick this Kalakaṇṭha Das away. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So the gist of this is, yes, if we can capture the mood of Srila Prabhupada, we can capture this mood of fearlessly reaching out to whomever we have in our local communities, so that our temples look more like the communities in which they exist. Then we can truly carry on Srila Prabhupada's mission and benedict the whole world with Krishna consciousness. Thank you very much, Prabhu. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Still talking.
No sound at all from 26 Second Avenue.
That happened last year.
Okay, we're in the middle of a renovation. We're trying to get this space to look the way it did when Srila Prabhupada was here in the 60s. So that's why things are a little amiss. They're working on it right now. We just sort of were able to get it into reasonable condition for this program before they go back to work. We have some t-shirts for sale and tote bags in the back. If you're interested, please come see me. This will help finance these renovations. If you want to make any kind of donation at all, please see me. There's a little box up here by Srila Prabhupada, also online at KrishnaNYC.com. That's Krishna from KrishnaNYC.com, and you can make a donation there. I know some of you in this room are making donations already, and I want to extend my thank you on behalf of the team for that. Okay, so now is my privilege to introduce my guru-in-law. Yes. Ravīndrasvarūpa is initiating Guru in his kind. He was initiated himself in 1971. He is a GBC emeritus. On numerous occasions, he saved Prabhupada's beloved institution from implosion. This is not an exaggeration. He's the author of, among other things, the book Srila Prabhupada, the founder Acharya of ISKCON, a GBC foundational document. GBC came to him to ask him to write this document, which is an important document. It will establish Srila Prabhupada's position in the institution for the next 10,000 years, at least. So future generations are not under any misconception, because who knows what will happen in the future. So we're really happy that you can make it here. Please welcome Ravīndrasvarūpa Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Panchakalpatarubhyascha kripasindubhyevacha patitanam pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. So I just a very short homage today, which I will read for you. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my fallen obeisances. I am older now than you yourself was when you undertook your journey, solitary and unsupported, to the United States. Now, at this time, both body and mind give me troubles, and I know from experience that such hardships will only be getting worse. No less an authority than the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 13, text 9, sets this down as one of the items of knowledge, quote, recognition of the afflictions of birth, death, old age, and disease. However, you yourself have vividly demonstrated what can be accomplished with Krishna's mercy in spite of these impediments. And in at least one instance, you offered a remark that we devotees strive to apply generally. Quote, discouragement is not allowed. So I will continue to do the best I can to please you and your followers, especially by writing, without discouragement. I beg for your blessings, your fallen servant, Ravīndrasvarūpa.
Thank you so much for reading that homage. Ravīndrasvarūpa also reads from the founder Charity book I was just mentioning on Tuesday nights. Very great to hear that from the author's mouth. Okay, so for Atītaguṇa Mataji, we're going to set up you can come sit here, and we'll set up the laptop very close to her, so hopefully the mic will pick her up sufficiently. Atītaguṇa was initiated in 1976, and we're just doing our technical thing here, excuse me. Yes, initiated in Melbourne in 1976. She was a leading book distributor in Australia and in New York City. She studied in schools and in both.
Bhaktivedanta Swami Vid. Namaste Saraswati Deve. Gauravani Pachani. Nivishesha Shunyavani Pachachadiskarani. Jai Śrīla Prabhupada. Firstly, I feel very honored to talk about our wonderful Srila Prabhupada with so many esteemed devotees. I feel very insignificant in their company. I would like to talk about some association I had with Srila Prabhupada. First of all, I met the devotees in 1970 in the Domain in Sydney, and that's a bit like Hyde Park in New York. And what people do is they go to a big park and they're on soapboxes and they talk their philosophy. And it's just speculative philosophy, just something that comes into their minds and they want to inspire the whole world. So I went there and I was going to Sydney University at the time. And one friend had given me a Bhagavad Gita, a Penguin Bhagavad Gita. So somehow or other, I took that along. And then when I got to the Domain, I saw these two chaps with shaven heads, which was very unusual in those days, because everyone was trying to grow their hair as long as possible and show their individuality that way. So I met these two devotees, and they were chanting and dancing, and then they said, why don't you come up to where we live? So we went up there, and it was in Potts Point, and you had to go up kind of a stairs on a cliff. So we went up there, and we chanted and danced some more. And then they were telling me, well, I'd like to tell you about God. God is actually a little blue boy, and he steals butter and yogurt from his mother. And I'm like, coming from a Christian background, it was very hard to understand. But anyway, I was very interested in their unusual philosophy. So I went for about 5 more weeks. I didn't really know that you could join them. Anyway, I had a quite adventurous spirit. So I decided to go to New Zealand. And when I got to New Zealand, after a couple of weeks, I saw the chanting party. And so what happened is I saw them, and then I saw one girl that I had lived with formerly in Sydney in Australia. And I said, "What are you doing? What are you doing? You've got this strange outfit on and you're chanting and dancing." And she goes, "Oh, I live in the Hare Krishna temple now, and why don't you come along?" And she gave me the address, and then I realized, oh, I live 2 blocks away. So every morning I decided to go, and there was a very charismatic lady there called Tusta Krishna Swami from Hawaii. And so I used to go there, and I was just about to move in, and he said, "Oh, I was just told that you didn't need to live in the temple." So everyone moved out. So I didn't know what to do. So after a while, some more devotees came from Australia, and then I moved in. And after a while, the temple president was a brahmachari and decided that he didn't want any ladies in the temple. So we all got transferred to Melbourne. So we went to Melbourne, but this brahmachari temple president was very smart, and, you know, especially philosophically smart. And he kept on saying something, and it was just going into my consciousness. He kept on saying, all your spiritual desires will be fulfilled. And I thought, I'm going to go for a really hard spiritual desire. And the spiritual desire is, I want to personally be initiated by Srila Prabhupada. And I thought, nah, it's not going to work. So it was 1976, and I was in Melbourne, and Srila Prabhupada wasn't really traveling so much then. But a couple of months after that, everyone said, Srila Prabhupada's coming, Srila Prabhupada's coming. And so anyway, there was a householder there, and he said, you know, when we serve, we should just, you know, do whatever the, we should do whatever the authority says. And he said, everyone's going to the airport. I don't want you to go. I want you to stay in the temple and make sandalwood paste for Srila Prabhupada. And then you'll be able to personally put it on his head. And I went, so if I stay back, then I get to do the sandalwood paste, and I miss that first association with Srila Prabhupada. If it's such a wonderful service, why don't you stay back? And why don't you stay back and make the sandalwood paste, and then you can personally put it on Srila Prabhupada's head. Then we both got into a car and went to the airport. So anyway, we got to the airport, and in those days, the devotees would take over the airports. If the devotees were there with the madangas and kartals, and they were chanting and dancing and being in complete ecstasy, everyone knew they were there. So that was a wonderful experience. And then Srila Prabhupada came. There was like 4 doors that he could come through, and they said, okay, he came through the first, second, and third. He'll be coming through that one. Okay? So we're all crowded around, and this is the one that Srila Prabhupada's going to come out of. And of course, he came out of another one, because the spiritual master can do whatever he likes. And of course, I couldn't believe it when I saw him. This, you know, his glowing effulgence, and sort of it seemed like he was walking 12 inches from the ground, and even though actually I was in the Prabhupada's room in Brooklyn, and it said he's 5'4". So that's just an inch or two taller than me. So he's quite a short personality, but his glow and effulgence was so incredible. You never thought of him like that. Anyway, so this temple president from New Zealand, who I admired very much, kept on saying, okay, all your spiritual desires will be fulfilled. So I thought, okay, I want to be initiated personally by Srila Prabhupada. So in those days, I used to look after a little girl, Shani. Her parents came from South Africa. And so I would look after her, and then it was time. The next day was the day for initiation. So I went into the temple room with this little girl, and then it was time to be initiated. So I was called up. And this little girl came with me, and she was wearing a light pink sari. She was about 4 years old. So she came up with me, and we both paid our dandavats. In those days, the ladies paid dandavats. And so she went up to Srila Prabhupada, and she said, Srila Prabhupada, does that mean I'm initiated now? And he said, no. So anyway, in those days, his secretary would make up the names, what name you would have. And Srila Prabhupada said, okay, Bhakti Louise, your name is now Anita. And he said, no, it isn't. Your name is not Anita. Anita is not a Vaishnav name. Anita means without a path, and we Vaishnavas have a path. So I can't call you that. I'm going to call you Atītaguṇa Devi Dasi. And then I realized my spiritual desire was fulfilled. I'm in. That's it. So the next morning, Srila Prabhupada loved to go on his morning walks. So the next morning we went to the beautiful, beautiful botanical gardens in Melbourne. So we walked in the gardens, and the ladies very submissively walked in the back, and different ladies, when Srila Prabhupada stood on a leaf, would take up the leaf and, keep it for posterity. And then one girl, she was a Sankirtan devotee at the time, she grabbed me by the hand. She said, we're not staying in the back, we're going to the front, okay? So I'm like, yeah. So we went to the front, and then Srila Prabhupada stood at a particular tree, and then he said, he took a leaf from the tree and then crumbled it up and smelt it and said, what is this? And in the botanical gardens, all the trees are, they have the English name and the Latin name like that. So they said, Srila Prabhupada, this is a camphor tree. And he said, camphor? That's Srimati Radharani's favorite fragrance. So that was wonderful. And then a devotee came up to Srila Prabhupada and said, Srila Prabhupada, we're always hearing that we live in Vaikuntha, and Vaikuntha means without anxiety. But I find I'm always in anxiety. Please tell me about that. So Srila Prabhupada said, yes. If we're a devotee, we're always in anxiety. And just to be in a physical body means we're in anxiety. but you get to choose what kind of anxiety do you want to be in. You can be in material anxiety or spiritual anxiety. And even the book distributor can be in material anxiety, thinking, oh, I've done so many books. I have done so many. Aren't I spiritually blessed? But actually, the real spiritual anxiety is like Mother Yasoda. Mother Yasoda thinking, has Krishna eaten enough? Maybe he's tired and needs to rest or something like that. So anyway, we kept on walking, and Srila Prabhupada was very nice to everyone there. All the joggers, he said hello to, and like that. Then we got in a car and went back to the temple. It was a very nice temple. It used to be a convent, and so that was nice for us. So that night there was darshan, and the little girl's mother went up to Srila. We all went there, but there was two little girls there, and one mother went up to Srila Prabhupada and said, Srila Prabhupada, can you please give my daughter a name? And Srila Prabhupada said, yes, let's call her Pushpa. And then the little girl that went up with me to see Srila Prabhupada, her mother went up and said, Srila Prabhupada, can you give my daughter a name? And I forgot to say that when that little girl was told by Srila Prabhupada that you didn't get initiated, then the GBC at the time was Guru Kripa Maharaj. So Guru Kripa Maharaj gave her a rose to pacify her. So Srila Prabhupada said, yes, let's give your daughter a name. We'll call her Rose. And everyone was like, Rose? That's not Sanskrit. Rose? But she'd worn a rose-colored sari, and she was given a rose like that. So Rose, and then I was thinking, wait a minute, what's the Sanskrit name? Gulab. And then I was thinking, could you go through your whole life being called Gulab? So, the next day, one lady came to me and said, I was wondering if you would do this service for Srila Prabhupada. It's washing his cloth. And I'm like, yes, I want to wash his cloth, yes. And I'm going to wash his cloth the best way possible. Because I was, you might have heard of Korma, he's a cook. So I was his assistant. So I was a Vajari assistant at the time. So I could get my hands on any oils or anything like that. So I thought, what I'll do is I'll put sandalwood oil in the water that washes Srila Prabhupada's cloth. So I put sandalwood oil in the hot, soapy water and washed it and washed it and washed it and rinsed it and put it on the line, and it dried. And then I started ironing it, and I started ironing it. And then there was big blobs of oil on his cloth. I go, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? I know, I'll try again. I'll wash the cloth in hot soapy water. And even though I don't have enough time, I'll rinse it, and then I'll iron it dry. Oh no, before I do that, I'll go to all the householders and beg for money and get some kind of potion to get the stain out, to get the oil stain out. So I went to the local shop and got that and soaked the whole thing and then put it in hot soapy water and washed it and washed it and washed it. And I couldn't put it on the line because there wasn't enough time. So I ironed it dry. I ironed it and ironed it and ironed it. And then when I ironed it, I saw big blobs of oil. How can I give this back to my spiritual master? It's not perfect. So anyway, I ironed it in great frustration and anxiety. So I ironed it, and then I ironed it and folded it and went to Haṁsarūpa, and I went, I really, really don't know how to tell this to you, Haṁsarūpa, but all of Srila Prabhupada's cloth has big oil stains in it, and I don't know what to do, but I know his cloth should be ready now. And he said, what? Don't worry about that. Srila Prabhupada always has oil stains in his cloth. He has mustard oil baths all the time. Please don't worry. And then I realized when Srila Prabhupada was talking about anxiety, he was showing me, yes, you can be in anxiety. And if it's an anxiety for your spiritual master, it's spiritual anxiety. So because I was the Pujari assistant, they said, Mataji, we want you to do one service, and that is we want you to distribute all of Srila Prabhupada's remnants. So I said, yeah, okay. And then word got around that I was distributing Srila Prabhupada's remnants. And all of a sudden, I got 17 best friends. They were like, what fellow brahmacharinis? Remember me? Yeah. No, I want to play, and I want to play, and I want to play. And then I was telling you that Guru Kripa Maharaj was in charge. And so he came in and he said, actually, you can't have 17 plates. You can have 4 or 5. So one for the brahmacharis, one for the brahmacharinis, one for the householders, one for the sannyasis, and one for me. Okay, so that was 5. So Srila Prabhupada was leaving the next day, and as I said before, it was a convent, and inside the convent was a courtyard full of beautiful flowers. So we were able to pick the flowers and make them into posies, right? So actually, the day before that, a friend of mine that I went to school with, she was a Russian girl, Tatiana, and she married somebody from Sri Lanka, and she wanted to know more about his religion. So she started coming to the temple, and we had gone to school together. So she started asking Prabhupada a lot of questions, and in the end, she gave him a gold necklace. And then, so she and I went up to Haṁsarūpa. Oh, no, Haṁsarūpa came up to us and said, Prabhupada was wondering if it was all right to give the golden necklace to Radharani. And she said, yes. So while Haṁsarūpa was there, I thought, oh, I'll ask him the question. And the question was, is it all right for ladies to touch Srila Prabhupada's feet? And so he said, yeah, he'd been initiated for 2 days. You can touch his feet. So we went to the garden, and we took flowers and made them into posies, and we went to the airport, and so we started presenting the posies to Srila Prabhupada. So I presented mine, and he very nicely took it. And then we always paid our obeisances. So I was paying my obeisances and I looked up and what was there? His lotus feet. So I grabbed hold of his lotus feet. And then I was thinking, he's got service to do. I've got service to do. I can, within my mind, always take shelter of his lotus feet, but maybe I should, let go of them now physically. So then he got on the plane and left. Do I have enough time to talk about Mayapur? About 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So actually, Srila Prabhupada said, if you really, really want to please me, please distribute my books. So after that, I was transferred to the Sydney Temple, and I was a Bajari assistant, and I kept on saying, I'd like to go out on book distribution. They're like, no, you're too spaced out, Mataji. You can't go out on book distribution. And I said, well, how about for 2 hours a day? And so they said, oh, okay. You can go out for 2 hours a day. So I went out for 2 hours a day, and then one of the book distributors came and said, you're doing this in 2 hours. If you went out for 6 to 8 hours, you do really well. So I was able to go out on book distribution. So, and I love doing that. I love giving Srila Prabhupada's books out to the general public. So if you're a book distributor, you were able to go to Mayapur, for the Gopanim festival. So I went to Mayapur, we went to Mayapur. And if you're from Australia, and Australia has wonderful ghee, if you were able to see Srila Prabhupada, and every devotee from Australia had 2 kilos of ghee that we would give. And I said to one lady when I was in Australia, actually, there's something else I would like to give to Srila Prabhupada. Can you think of what he would like? And she goes, yes, full cream powdered milk. And I thought, what? That's on every grocery shelf in Australia. I can't do that, but I'll follow her instructions and I'll do that. So I got myself a tin of full cream powdered milk. And so in those days, this was 1977, 2 ladies were able to go to see Srila Prabhupada for 2 minutes. Okay, 2 for 2 minutes. And so we got into the room and it's full of dundas. There were dundas all around the walls, right? So anyway, we got there and the other lady and I presented the ghee to Srila Prabhupada, and then I was really embarrassed. But I thought, I'll give him the full cream powdered milk. I'll give it anyway. I bought it and I'll give it. So I said, Srila Prabhupada, I have something extra for you. And here it is. It's a tin of full cream powdered milk. And he looked at it and his eyes lit up. And he said, yeah, tell my cook to please make all my milk sweets out of this. And then I thought, my human life is, I've pleased my spiritual master. My human life is completely, validated. So, and then I found out later he wanted to import some, because I thought he'd say things like, full cream powdered milk is a long way from real milk. He didn't say anything like that. So in the evening, Srila Prabhupada was getting a bit sickly, so he was coming down in his palanquin and to see the plays, Bhaktivedanta players, I think. So, we would go down, and right at the end of the field, the rice field, was the stage, and no one was looking at the stage. Everyone was looking at Prabhupada. So we were all looking at Prabhupada, and then Prabhupada, if he smiled or chuckled or anything, everyone as one person would look at the stage. Anyway, so, and then I went to the Ganga a little bit later. Okay, I went to the Ganga a little bit later, and then I realized I want to come and stay in Mayapur. So Krishna allowed that to happen. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Mataji, for those very enlivening stories. Much appreciated. It's really valuable to have the female perspective. I wish we had more of it in the program. Okay. Next up, by the way, we have a few more speakers, and then we're going to do Pushpanjali, and then Prasadam, as we said, around 8 o'clock at the Bhakti Center. Okay, Locanananda was initiated in 1969 in New York City. He started temples in France, Holland, and Israel. He's been a leading Sankirtan devotee and a great communicator of Krishna consciousness. And he's with us in the room today. Locanananda Prabhu.
Hi.
Just to make a point that the Zoom will continue. The 22nd Avenue group will finish up, but the Zoom will be going on.
Thank you. Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Mate Bhaktivedanta Swami Vid Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauragane Charane Guru Se Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Bhaktivedanta Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Thank you, everybody, for attending the program here, celebrating Srila Prabhupada's appearance day, Vyasa Puja. I was in Paris at the time that I met devotees, 1969. I was actually a medical student, but there was a student strike, and all classes were suspended, so I was just kind of hanging out. And I happened to be walking through the Latin Quarter, which is a student quarter, and I saw two men who were shaven-headed with sikas flying. And I was wondering, what is going on? Are these alien invaders? Or one of them blew a conch shell. And then
the gendarme, the French policeman came over and said, "You cannot do that here." What, land? No, so they walked away, and I was very curious, and I walked behind them to see what language they spoke, Martian or French or whatever it was. And I couldn't figure it out, so I spoke to them in English. I said, "What do you guys do?" And they turned around and said, "We sing and dance. Come and see us." And they gave me, that's what Martians do. And they gave me an invitation. And so I started going to the meetings at the American Center. It was very exciting because each week there would be more and more people attending. And more devotees were coming to Paris. And at one meeting, inquiry was made of the attendees. A devotee said, "We have been evicted from our little apartment where we used to be able to cook and come together for meals. And we no longer have that facility. Does anyone know of a place where we can get together?" And I raised my hand. I said, "My place. You can come to my place." I said, "One condition, you have to feed me." Because they would give out prasadam at these meetings. It was not a big feast, but it was maybe something wonderfuls or a fruit salad or puri, something like that. And that was the beginning of my anamoya realization of the absolute truth in the form of food stuff. So everybody moved in, brought all the pots and the spices and the grains and everything to cook with. And we were having a great time. The wonderful thing was that they were all talking about Srila Prabhupada. It was like Prabhupada consciousness. And one devotee, these are all senior devotees. And one would say, "Prabhupada said this about that." And the other one would say, "Oh yes, and then Prabhupada also said about that same thing, something else." And they all had something to add. And I was thinking, wow, this Prabhupada is some amazing person that these guys would want to always be talking about what he said. And that's called speaking in spiritual circles, that you're repeating the words of the spiritual master and the words of Shastra. So then a letter came in from Prabhupada, and he said, "Please thank the American boy Lou," that was me, for letting us use his apartment as a base for spreading Krishna consciousness in France. So that was my first interaction with Prabhupada. He recognized my existence, that I was there and I was doing some service, and it's very nice. So I was going out every day doing Harinam Sankirtan with the devotees. And wherever we would go, the police would harass us and we'd have to run away or hide in the subway or go somewhere else. And I was the tambourine man. I would play a tambourine and stand on the curb to watch for police. If the police came, I'd have to inform the Sankirtan leader, and then we could go hide somewhere till they passed. So that was going on. And I thought that was a very exciting activity. And actually, that's what I continue to do to this day. 2023. Last few weeks, I've been going to the Rath Yatra parade in Richmond Hill. And we had an India Day parade with Lord Jagannath present in Hicksville. So this was my calling. And Srila Prabhupada told me on numerous occasions in 1972, he told me that I was a senior man in the devotee community. And that was after just 2 years of being a devotee. And, I had to take that very seriously. I was initiated a few weeks after going to the Rath Yatra festival in London in 1970. And Prabhupada gave me the name of Locanananda Das, Brahmachari at the time. And he said, "Your name means one who takes pleasure when he sees the form of Krishna with his eyes." And then he quoted the verse from the Brahma Samhita, "Premanjana Churita Bhakti Valochanena Santak Sadai Vidadayusha Valokayanti Yam Sham Sundaram Achintiguna Surupam Govindamari Purusham Tamam Vijami. That was in my initiation letter, the whole Sanskrit verse. He says, one who has decorated his eyes with the salve of love of God can see Krishna, the original form of Krishna, everywhere. So that was a very exciting time for me to have made that commitment. And so I kept going on Sankirtan and learned how to distribute literature, magazines, how to preach to people. We increased the Sunday feast more and more. And I was able to actually have contact with Srila Prabhupada from that point on every year, because I was one of the pioneers in Europe, and I went to open a center in Geneva. And I was also in charge of the sales of the Spiritual Sky Company in France before going to Switzerland. And I understood that what Prabhupada wanted us to do is to think big, because Krishna's the biggest. And so I was in charge of sales. So who's the biggest potential customer? It was Galeries Lafayette, the biggest department store in the whole country. And so I went in there and shaved head and dhoti. And I went to see the buyer of scented products and cosmetics. And he was shocked to see me walk into his office. He was shocked because he had seen devotees in India. He had just come from India. And he said, show me your samples. And he said, I'll take everything you have. And it was all arranged by Krishna to meet with him after he had come back. And Galeries Lafayette became one of the biggest customers we ever had in Europe for home Pure One imports. So that was my service. And so then I got the order to go to Geneva to open the center there. And I hitchhiked from Paris to Lyon, which is in central France. And there I went to see a customer, a Spiritual Sky customer. I had essential oils to sell them. And the owner said, I have something for you. Oh, what is that? It's an album. Radha Krishna Temple album recorded by George Harrison. And I said, I'll take it. And he paid me for the oils. I gave him the money back for the record. And I had enough money to take the train from Lyon across the Alps to Switzerland. When I got to Switzerland, an amazing thing happened, that I had a letter of introduction to a lady, Madame Vautier. And while I was staying there, I was showing her pictures of all the different deities. And I pulled out a picture of the Jagannath deities, and she said, I have those. I said, what do you mean you have those? And she said, I have them here in this chest. And she opened up this chest. It's like a treasure chest. And she started pulling things out. And she pulled out Lord Jagannath from that chest. And I offered obeisances immediately. And she said, wait, there's two more. So she took them out. We put them on the mantle. We offered artik and offered obeisances. He was ecstatic. And she told the story. Where did those deities come from? And she said, my great uncle was an architect, and he designed the city center government buildings in Chandigarh in India. The city elders acknowledged his great achievement by giving him these forms of deities. I said, well, who was your great uncle? What was his name? And she said, he's Le Corbusier. And if you ever studied architecture, he's #1 in the world, most famous architect ever in the Western world. And then you have also an American, Frank Lloyd Wright, is also very famous, but not quite as much as Le Corbusier, because he got Lord Jagannath. I don't think Frank Lloyd Wright ever got those. So I took the record that we had, and I went to the radio station. This is all by Prabhupada's arrangement, because he wanted someone to go to Geneva to open that center. He said, it's a small city, but a very important one. So I went to the Radio Suisse Romande, which is the French-speaking radio station. Do you speak French? A little bit? I'm too cheap. So I went to the radio station. I said to the receptionist, once again, shaved head, dhoti, everything. I said, I have this record that we produced with the Beatles, and I was wondering if you might like to play a few of the songs from our album. And she said, wait here 1 minute. I'll be back with one of our directors. So she came back with someone that introduced himself as Jean-Pierre Allenbach. And Jean-Pierre Allenbach was like renowned all throughout Europe as one of the great DJs. And he said, what do you have there? I said, this is an album we made with George Harrison. And he said to me, do you sing on the album? I said, no, but my friends do. All the devotees were singing on the album. And he said, can you speak French? Can you answer a few questions? I said, yes, for sure, I can answer your questions. He said, listen, I have no material for my next show. It's a 30-minute program, and it's broadcast nationwide. I'm going to make you the interviewee, and I'm going to ask you questions. Now, first, tell me, if you like the Beatles, 3 songs that you like. I said, well, there's My Sweet Lord, and there's Mr. Moonlight, and there's Here Comes the Sun. He said, okay, and then you tell me 3 songs from your album, and then we will intersperse them. And in between, I'll ask you questions, and that's our show. Wow. So open the door. The door will open if you knock, and then you have to walk through it. So you have to take that initiative, that the opportunity will be there, and Krishna will create that opportunity. So that's something that I learned, and it's carried me through the many years of propagating Krishna consciousness in the different European countries where I was opening centers or acting as temple president, like in Amsterdam. How much time?
Just a couple minutes. Oh
my God, I'm just getting started. You don't have 5 more hours? So today is Vyasa Puja Day, and I remember I mentioned Amsterdam Temple, that it was 1977, August, Srila Prabhupada was in London. He had started his world tour of ISKCON temples, flying from India to London. And he fell ill there and actually had to return to India. You know what happened then. And we had commissioned Mālatī to go to India and bring back deities of Radha and Krishna, knowing that Prabhupada would be coming through Europe. Maybe he would want to install those deities when he came through. We didn't know. And so she was supposed to pick up deities of Radha and Krishna. But first she sent us back a deity of Srila Prabhupada, solid granite, 150 pounds. And we had it painted so it looked exactly like Srila Prabhupada's features. And then we planned to install that deity while Srila Prabhupada was in England. He was still present in the world. And so I called up the temple and asked to speak to Pandaji, Arjuna, who was talking to Srila Prabhupada like an intermediary. And he was telling us what to do and how to care for the deity, and that you don't have to make regular offerings like you do with Radha and Krishna deities on your altar, but just he said, when you have your Guru Puja, and whenever the outfit looks, he used the word crumpled, then you change the outfit so it looks pressed. And that was it. It was very simple. So we did the installation ceremony on Vyasa Puja Day in 1977. 1977. One wonderful feature of that was that we had a very big cushion on the Vyasa-san. It must have been 6 inches at least in depth. So I knew that the deity is so heavy, if we put it in the middle, the sides of the cushion are going to go, it's going to look like a V, you know? So I was thinking, what can we do? So I told the pujari was Parivita, by the way. And I said, we should cut out a centerpiece shaped like the base of the deity of Srila Prabhupada. So when we put the deity on, it'll press down the base. and it'll look like Prabhupada's seated right on the cushion at the same level. So it was perfect. The incredible thing was, and Prabhupada had like his hands in a position to play kartals. So when we had kirtan for Prabhupada, from that point forward, the floor was very weak in the temple room. It was an old building, and it would kind of move in waves. So when the devotees would dance in the kirtan, Prabhupada would be moving back and forth like this on the Vyasa side, keeping beat with the kirtan, miraculously. So these are some of the pastime. I mean, we could go on and on. I'm from my humble obeisances to senior Vaishnava devotees who were here, Rameśvara, Prabhu, Pañcaratna, Yadanath, other Atītaguṇa. And anybody, Chandra is here, and anybody else. And I thank you for inviting me. Chandrasekhar Swami invited me last minute to come and speak a few words. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I feel bad having to cut you off because it's so, yeah, it's so wonderful. We have fallen behind schedule a little bit.
Yeah, we have so much momentum.
Yeah, right. It's true. It's true. Thank you for sharing. Absolutely. Okay, so we're just going to reconnect to the internet here. So yeah, we're running a little bit behind schedule. So if the devotees keep it to 15 minutes or less, we should be okay. As I said, we'll be going until about 8, maybe a little past 8 at this point. We'll see what goes to be Pushpanjali after the speakers, and then we'll go to the Bhakti Center for Prasadam on the 5th floor. Not in the temple room, but doing the Kirtan program in the temple room. Feel free to go there for that. But the Prasadam will be served on the 5th floor at the Bhakti Center. You connected?
Yeah.
That's good. All right. So up next is Drutakarma, initiated in 1974. He's lectured and written extensively on the scientific understanding of human origins and antiquity in accordance with the Bhagavad Gita. Always interesting time to hear from him. Drutakarma, please.
That was a little unclear. Am I being asked to make an offering?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
that's what's happening.
All
So
right.
you can turn your video on too, please. It's,
Okay. Yeah, I tried to do that before, but it wouldn't let me.
well, you're a co-host now, so you should be able to.
Okay.
And I see that you have.
Okay, there's some, I have a background that I use with a green screen. I'm going to have to take that out. Just a second.
We need to focus on his live feed instead of, or else make it 22nd Avenue and Drutakarma. He's not spotlighted.
Okay, should I begin?
Yes.
Okay. This offering is a continuation of last year's offering. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept this offering in primitive verse, where I've ended each line for better or worse, with words ending in the syllable tor, without repeating any I've used before. In last year's offering, you may recall, I used many, but not all. So today I beg your grace divine, hear my Torah verses just one more time. You crossed the ocean on the Jaladuta freighter. On the world stage you moved like an actor in a theater. Of your students you are the wise educator. Of my future you are the true prognosticator. Of Kali Yuga's captives you are the emancipator. You are never a mundane mental speculator. May I follow your order and not be an impersonator. You show us how a leader should be a delegator. You told us of Gajendra and the alligator. Of Krishna's form, you are the careful decorator. Of Krishna's pastimes, you are always a spectator, and therefore are fit to be their narrator. Of my place in devotional service, you are the allocator. Of my anarthas, you are the attentive devastator. Of my lost love for Krishna, you are the excavator. Of you or your words, may I never be a deprecator. Of my tiniest service, you are the appreciator. Of my desire to serve Krishna, you are the stimulator. To your first followers, you brought chapatis like a waiter. Of the successful disciple, you are the congratulator. Of truth and illusion, you are the separator. Of Maya's realm, you are a heroic infiltrator. In matters of finance, you are a most careful calculator. For my misbehavior, you are the stern remonstrator. For my shortcomings in service, you are the compensator. Of my armor of false ego, you are the penetrator. As a child, you rode with your friend Moti in a perambulator. Of this planet, you have been the boldest circumnavigator. So many times your mission took you across the earth's equator. In Krishna Lila, you're an eternal participator. Of the essence of devotion, you are the concentrator. Of disparate disciples, you are the integrator. For the heat of material desire, you're the cooling refrigerator. Your behavior is exemplary for every fortunate observator. Of Lord Krishna's mercy, you are the patient anticipator. Of my faults, you are the watchful tabulator. Of my quality of service, you are the evaluator. Of my tendency to deviate, you are the inhibitor. Of failing in my vows, you are the prohibitor. To your movement's progress, may I always be a contributor. Of the qualities of a devotee, you are the exhibitor. Of my level of advancement, you are the true estimator. You hunt down my anarthas like a prowling predator. Of the ranks of devotees, you are the populator. Of Krishna's existence, you are the expert postulator. Of the bomb of pure bhakti, you are the detonator. Please explode my ignorance and leave a big crater filled with your divine, merciful favor. Make me a God lover instead of a God hater. Your servant, Drutakarma Das.
Well, thank you. Well, thank you so much, Drutakarma. I'd like to say goodbye, so I'll just say, see you later, alligator. I did mention Drutakarma is also initiating guru in ISKCON. And from one to another initiating guru in ISKCON, Mahātmā was initiated in 1970. He was the president of several temples and was well known for his musical recordings. Was probably better known in recent years for his very popular and practical workshops on the application of things like japa, vows, forgiveness, and marriage, each of which, by the way, he is staunchly in favor of. Please, let's hear from Mahātmā.
Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishnaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Tinamani Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nirvisesa Sanyavadi Paschatya Dastarine. Drutakarma Prabhu, I'm inspired, so I have a little verse for you. To your poetry, I was a spectator, and I want you to know I'm also a congratulator. So beautiful. Once I wrote something, took me like 3 yugas to write it, and I showed it to Drutakarma. I don't know if you remember. I said, how long would this take you to write this? And you looked at it and said, oh, maybe an hour and a half. So I have this feeling you just kind of wrote that in your sleep, right? It just flowed out of you. I love it. Thank you. When Locanananda was speaking, I was thinking about some experiences I had where it seemed that Prabhupada opened a water, like a water, the analogy would be opening a water faucet, like a fire hose, and is just opening it up. And Prabhupada deciding, I'm going to give mercy now, and everyone's going to experience empowerment and ecstasy that they don't deserve, but it's very necessary for them in order to be inspired in Krishna consciousness, to be stable in Krishna consciousness, and go forward in Krishna consciousness. And I'm just going to move everyone. So there are many occasions in which I experienced that. I think all of us who were with Prabhupada, we felt like there's something behind us pushing us, and it's not our own strength. It's, or you could say pulling us. I felt it more like behind me pushing. And I'm able to do service and able to reach a position of Krishna consciousness in which on my own would be impossible. And I think this is an important point, because a lot of times Prabhupada has said, you follow what I'm teaching you and you will be Krishna conscious, you will go back to Godhead. I will introduce you to Krishna. If you think you're not qualified, I'll get you in the back door. Today I read something to the effect that Prabhupada said, don't underestimate the power of Krishna consciousness. In one moment, by mercy, you can become completely absorbed in Krishna Lila, and your life can be perfect. So, there's always discussion, what are the qualifications to go back to Godhead? And that can go in different directions. But if we look at the majority of things that Prabhupada said, it's really, he's saying, I will do this. I've come here to save you, and it's going to require some special mercy, and I'm going to give that to you. And if you just do what I say, you don't have to worry. So when Locanananda Prabhu was talking about these amazing things that happened so early on for him, many of us, maybe all of us, had similar experiences. And my feeling always was like, this is Prabhupada's desire, so we just have to show up. Now, Prabhupada would say, it's Mahaprabhu's desire, so you just show up and he'll use you. But my experience so often was that it was Prabhupada's desire, and his desire was making it happen. So somebody has to show up. You or me or the devotee next door, one of us has to show up. So we heard today, Prabhupada said, he called us monkey soldiers, that he said, well, we need monkeys because we're preaching to monkeys. So it's not so bad, we need monkeys to preach to monkeys. So, we all felt a bit like monkeys and obviously not qualified. And here's this pure devotee who, in his presence, we felt like kind of like we're like in the Queen's palace and we're just like a street sweeper, it's like we're not supposed to be here. We're not qualified to be with this person. But because Prabhupada came to get us, then he's making adjustments or deals with Krishna. Like Prabhupada was asked, why 16? Why not 32, 64? Of course, we know Prabhupada tried that. But Prabhupada was asked, where is 16? Like what Shastra? And he said, it's not in a Shastra. But it's what I saw you could do. And then on so many occasions, Prabhupada said, if you just chant 16 rounds, follow the 4 principles. In other words, 16 rounds without offense, you'll go back to Godhead. And devotees would question that. Really? That's all? It was difficult to believe. And Prabhupada every single time said, yes, if you do this, I will take you back to Godhead. So it's like, okay. So, in my little world of fiction, I always think, we go back to Godhead, trying to get in through the gate. Gopishwar Mahadev is predicting the Dham, and it's like, okay, go through the security gate. And we say, but I'm with Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada. And they're like, oh, okay, go through this door. You're in. So it's something like that, because it's Prabhupada's desire. And so Prabhupada makes up for this huge gap between our disqualification and the qualification necessary to become Krishna conscious, and just kind of pulls us up. So obviously we're extremely fortunate. Now, the way I personally perceive it, and also I think it's a philosophical point, is our qualification is not that important. Our disqualification doesn't really matter. What matters is Prabhupada's putting out that mercy. Will we take it? Will we utilize it? Because that's really all we have to do. It's not like, oh, you need some qualification. No, only qualification is he'll give the mercy for any of us to become Krishna conscious, and he'll give the mercy for any of us to do amazing service. And early on in the movement, like Locanananda was saying, we had so many experiences of, you could say that were mystical, of things that were not normally meant to happen. Coincidences, you could call them. Serendipity, you could call it. But things would happen, and we would get the credit. Oh, you've done well. And we would look at it and we would think, I didn't do this. I was just there. Okay, that was my qualification. I didn't run away. I was there. So I could be there and see it happen and then take charge of it when it happened. But so many things happen that way. And so, and then we look at the things Prabhupada said about his own preaching, and how he was like, we're not looking for results, we're looking to follow the order of our guru. And if we follow that order of our guru, then whatever happens is perfect. And so look at the people that Srila Bhaktisiddhanta sent to help Prabhupada. Look at all the things that happened to help Prabhupada. It's if you read Prabhupada's life, it really reads like a movie script. It's like if you didn't know, you would think it's fiction, because so many things just fall into place. So that's one thing I want to say. And the other thing I want to say that I meditate on a lot, and it came up today in Alachua in one of the offerings, was Srila Prabhupada's faith. Now, we know Prabhupada was the only godbrother amongst his godbrothers who came. And we may question, well, why didn't anybody come? And there could be different answers. But one answer that Prabhupada's godbrother gave, Akinchana Krishnadas Babaji, was that nobody had the faith in the holy name that Prabhupada had. So Prabhupada is coming to the West. He doesn't know if he's going to be successful or not. But Prabhupada said on the boat, but I have complete faith in the holy name. So what does that mean? That if we give the holy name can do the magic. And apparently not all his godbrothers had that faith. And Krishnadas, Akinchana Krishnadas Babaji, he spoke to one of Prabhupada's godbrothers who went to the West, Ban Maharaj, and he said, why was Swami Maharaj successful? And why were you not successful? He said, because you didn't have faith in the holy name. Prabhupada had faith in the holy name. That otherwise, why would he come and waste his time if he thought, well, these are Westerners, they're mlechas, they're useless, hopeless, it's not going to work. But he thought, no, the holy name will work on anybody. And sometimes we doubt it. I mean, if we chant offenselessly, we won't doubt it. But when we make offenses, it doesn't work. And then we doubt it ourselves. But Prabhupada didn't doubt the power of the holy name. And therefore, he came. And The other thing that stands out for me, and maybe you've felt this way before, when you're spreading Krishna consciousness, you're trying to cultivate people, and I think it's especially true if you're a spiritual master, you're dealing very intimately with devotees and their problems. And sometimes there's so many struggles devotees go through, at least in my mind, I think. This is like, occasionally, although I don't believe it 100%, I think this is like what we're trying to do is impossible. Like we're trying to make people who are raised in Tamagun Brahmins and maintain a sattvic Brahminical life. That's like becoming more and more difficult. And when Prabhupada came to the West, he was confronted with that similar realization, like he didn't know if it was going to work. And to him, it was doubtful. This seems like an impossible task. And I kind of still feel like we are trying to engage in an impossible task, but because of Prabhupada's faith, we have the faith he had and the mercy he gives that it's possible somehow or other through that mercy. Yeah, we can do the impossible, which is to purify people of millions of lifetimes of conditioning. At one time, Prabhupada said, they're complaining, Prabhupada, these people are so fallen and so tamasic, etc., etc. Prabhupada said, well, you have to know, a lot of them are coming from animal species into the human life. So what do you expect? And so it's like Prabhupada's taking on the challenge. We're going to give the holy name to anyone and everybody. And if they take it, we're going to initiate them into the human form of life. And we're going to give them prema bhakti, and I will give them mercy. And if they take it, they will get it. And so that's like, I think it's such a beautiful meditation. It's very humbling. And Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Oh, Premanandi. Hare Hare.
Thank you very much. So here live at 22nd Avenue, we'll have two more speakers. Then we will break for Pushpanjali. Then we'll go to the Bhakti Center to the 5th floor. That's 5th floor for Prasadam, which was prepared at Radha Govinda in Brooklyn. So it's really, once again, the New York area temples are really collaborating on this event tonight between the Brooklyn Temple, Bhakti Center, and 26th Avenue. Brahmatīrtha Prabhu is next. He was initiated in 1976. He's a professional mediator and a geologist. So it makes complete sense that he serves as co-director of ISKCON Resolve and is the director of the Bhaktivedanta Institute. He's on the board of directors for Krishna House in Gainesville and Bhakti Center right here in New York. To me personally, he is a mentor and a friend, yet I never like being with him in public because he always gets more laughs than I do. Please.
Thank you very much. Oh my Well, it's always an honor to be at 26 2nd Avenue. And I commend the host. This is the only ISKCON event that I've ever been at in 50 years, and everything happens on time. This is very unusual. So congratulations. I'm going to talk a little about the Bhaktivedanta Institute, because that's the last thing I did for Prabhupada was the Life Comes from Life conference in 1977. I'll tell a little story there and then give a little presentation. But I did want to just comment on one thing, Drutakarma's amazing poetry skill and Kalakaṇṭha's poetry skill. Oh, we have such talented devotees. We are really blessed. To continue. In 1977, there were 5 of us in Vrindavan presenting at the Life Comes from Life conference. And Prabhupada was very, very ill then. And he would invite us into his room each night for the Sankirtan scores. Now, what do Sankirtan scores mean for people in the Bhaktivedanta Institute? Well, of course, we try to distribute and write and print books, but it also means something else for Prabhupada. And that was, what were the arguments the materialists who we had invited to the conference to argue Life Comes from Life? What did they say? What were their arguments? And then what were our counter arguments? And Prabhupada wanted to know that detail. And when he called us in at night, Prabhupada was very ill. When I first got to Vrindavan, I fortunately was on a flight with a Treya Rishi, who was GBC. So we got right in, I got right into Prabhupada's rooms on his coattails. And Prabhupada was in a darkened room with dark glasses on because he was so weak and thin. And the light would hurt him. So even in a dark room, he had to wear sunglasses on. We were shocked to see Prabhupada. And when we saw him, Prabhupada started laughing and laughing. He thought it was very funny. He said to Atreya, "I've been telling you I'm not this body 1,000,000 times. My body is gone," because we were shocked to see him so thin. "My body's disappeared, but I'm living in my bones. Do you get it now?" And he started laughing again. He thought it was pretty funny. He was in a painful, difficult position, and Prabhupada made light of it. And then we would tell him each night the stories from the conference. One story he particularly liked is there was one kind of a gross materialist, you might say, from Delhi, a professor, who had a theory on how liquid crystals could explain how life could evolve. I won't go into the details. It was a silly theory. He thought he'd get the Nobel Prize. The best he'll ever get is the opposite, which is called the Ig Nobel Prize for the stupidest presentation. So he presented, and Prabhupada liked the story. And after he presented, it's kind of nonsense atheism, we might say. Then there were questions. People would ask questions. And of course, we challenged certain points, our group. And I think Srila Damodar Maharaj made some good challenges. Then at the end, there was one lady holding her hand up. And he wouldn't call on her. Finally, she's the only one left. He has to call on her. This can only happen in India. So he calls on her, and she stands up and doesn't talk to him. She faces the audience. And she says, "I want you to know that's my husband. And he may talk this atheist nonsense, but every night he offers arti." And Prabhupada liked that story. There's something special about India that even the atheist scientists will offer the arti. So my last thing I did for Prabhupada when he was on the planet was, of course, Bhaktivedanta Institute. I've done many things since, as Sadaputta and I were best of friends, and he passed on, and I thought that service for me is over, any involvement, which was mostly helping him out in ways. And then somehow the BI got revived, and I ended up director. And so my final hurrah for Prabhupada, as much as it can be, is the one I ended with, some kind of poetic justice. So I'm going to talk a little about the BI for a moment in relation to Prabhupada. So what does the BI do in the 20th century? Well, Prabhupada ordered us in 1975-ish in a letter, gather all the PhDs, which were, we had 3 PhDs and 2 of us with master's degrees. So you'll see in a moment how we dealt with Prabhupada's instruction. He wanted us to do workshops and develop literature. So, and the whole main thrust is life comes from life, and the second thrust is cosmology. So here's the 5 of us in the lower left, and then we followed Prabhupada's instructions in 2019, I mean to say, and did a major international conference casting out a broad net to see how many PhDs and qualified devotees we can get. You can't see it well, but the picture in the lower right, that is the 50 people, 50 scientists we had showing up, including some speakers tonight, such as Drutakarma and Ravīndrasvarūpa, etc. So the thrust of the BI is to demonstrate life comes from life. Nowadays, we often deal with the issue of consciousness. Who am I? How is consciousness a derivative product of matter, as a materialist say, or is matter a product of consciousness? So that's the big issue. And that's the dichotomy, that's the intellectual dichotomy. Turns out that there are many allies on our side of it, and we're making friends with them all over the world. And these are very highly qualified scientists and philosophers. So this was the first Life Comes from Life conference. There are 5 of us on the left, and you really can't read that very well, but we talked about information theory, quantum theory, molecular biology, topics like that. I spoke on geology, paleontology, and evolutionary issues. Our 2019, we had 450 people in attendance. The #1 guy in the world on consciousness studies was our keynote speaker. We had another keynote speaker from the amazing Princeton Environmental Anomalies Lab. This is a long letter. I'm just going to read a sentence from it, but a letter to Balavanta going back to 72. I want that we should recruit more and more our men amongst the intelligent class of men, because they are a little educated and they have some wealth or fame. They'll be sometimes a little puffed up, and this is very important. But that is all right. They deserve it. And that is how we deal. Some people ask, well, how do you deal with all these puffed up scientists? It's exactly how we deal. They've done a lot. We give them credit and we make friends. The #1 person for making friends with top scientists in the world, of course, was Sri Damodar Maharaj. He had an uncanny ability to walk in to almost any Nobel laureate and become friends within minutes. So I stand on his shoulders trying to emulate him. And then intellectually, the one true genius we had among the scientists was, of course, Sariputta, and we stand on his shoulders. So these are some of the instructions. I'm not going to read all of this. We work on evolutionary narratives. Life comes from life. Taking the 5th. 5th canto, we're doing a major conference November 17th in Gainesville. And we're with a collaboration between BI and the TOVP, we're trying to deal with these cosmography issues. Now, cosmography, the origin of the universe, for example, these are issues that are dealt with both scientifically and philosophically. If we try to deal without philosophy, nobody can witness what happened. So you have to then, once you're making interpolations and extrapolations, we must add philosophy to make it meaningful. And that's the weakness. Many cosmologists and scientists are philosophically weak. The strength of the BI that Prabhupada gave us is combining philosophy and science. For example, the original people Prabhupada put in the BI included people like Sri Damodar, Sariputta, and people like Ravīndrasvarūpa, who were much more into philosophy. Now, our vision for the 21st century, we have a new headquarters in Gainesville. We'll show you a picture in a minute. We do scholarly retreats, science camps, with all kinds of things planned. Here's a picture in our library. Several professors were retiring and they heard what we're doing. And they said, my life's work is my library. You're the only one I can trust with it. Will you take it? And we got 4 libraries that way donated to us, very significant libraries, worth quite a bit. And finally, our headquarters, with the help of Hṛdayānanda Maharaj's family trust, we're able to purchase this mansion in the, I think, the best neighborhood in Gainesville, 1.5 miles from the campus. And we're just finishing the remodeling of our headquarters, where our library is, and where scholars can come and stay for retreats. We just had Kandidi, who's on our board of directors, come for 2 weeks of brainstorming. This is our nerd headquarters, and this is all dedicated to Prabhupada's pleasure and pushing on Prabhupada's mission. So the reason I'm doing this is Prabhupada did something amazing. He understood that if the movement is going to have a deep impact, we need to, and I'm quoting Prabhupada's words here, reach out to the intelligent class. And if we're going to reach out to the intelligent class, we need to know what they're saying, what they're thinking. We need to have real scholars. Just like, and now ISKCON is developing scholarship. I was just spent some beautiful hours with Shanika Rishi from the Oxford Project. So successful there that ISKCON devotees are now professors, regular professors at Oxford. And that means they're top scholars. In a similar way, the BI here, we're trying to bring in the devotees we have, train up another generation of scholars, and be able to deal with the doubts that come up. I'll give you an example. I've received unlimited calls from different devotees saying, India just sent a spaceship to the moon. How does that fit in? I won't go into that tonight. If anyone would like to discuss it with me, I'm happy to. This is not a Bhagavatam class. It's glorification of Prabhupada. But some cadre of devotees who are trained in philosophy and science have to deal with these hard issues. And though this is above my pay grade, somehow I'm praying every day to Prabhupada, may I grow a brain so I could do something for you. So I ask all the assembled 21 devotees who I see are on the Zoom call to pray that I may get a brain so I could do this critical service for Prabhupada. All glories to Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Prabhu. Very enlightening. I would like to call Rameśvara Prabhu, please.
Hare Krishna, thank you for allowing me an opportunity to try and glorify Śrī. Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshakanane Pañcaratna Char, Kripa Sindhu Vihevachar, Patitānaṁ Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha, Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Sri Advaita Gadadhara, Sri Vasa Adi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Thank you. Hare Krishna. I think I speak for everyone that we are beyond moved by the stories of devotees who were devotees while Prabhupada walked the earth. I just pray that they write books or convince Siddhanta to do hours and hours of interviews of those stories. Because for the rest of the golden era, 10,000 years, Lord Chaitanya's golden era, those memories would be studied and we would marvel at them. I've been meditating all day, somewhat along the lines of what His Grace Sriman Mahātmā Prabhu spoke about. And he spoke so amazingly and eloquently. I only have a little that I could add to what he said. All day I was thinking, if I'm going to speak about Prabhupada, I think I would want to talk about who is Srila Prabhupada. And when we talk about who is Srila Prabhupada, it's like Prabhupada used to say, who is God? What is his name? What is his address? What are his activities? So who is Srila Prabhupada? So my first thought is in his amazing talk about the Hare Krishna mantra on the famous album, his lecture, the Govindam album. He says that the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra is not something that is enacted from the sensual or mental or intellectual platform. He said, it springs directly from the spiritual strata. And that's why it is filled with all these potencies. It's not material. It springs from the spiritual strata is a perfect description of who Srila Prabhupada is. We can talk about where he was born and what his early life activities were, but at least for me, those are almost incidental. I'll give two examples. It's interesting that Lord Jesus was a carpenter, but I don't really care about those activities as a carpenter. I only care about his activities when he finally revealed himself. It's interesting that the Goswamis, Rupa and Sanatana, were great ministers in a government. That's interesting, but what's interesting to me is not what they did as ministers. What's interesting to me is what they did once they met Lord Chaitanya and revealed themselves. So similarly for me, what's interesting about who Srila Prabhupada is once he revealed himself as a personality, as a spiritual associate of Radha and Krishna from the spiritual strata, but even more so as a direct associate of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu from that same spiritual strata. That is the person who walked this earth. He's not a guru that came up. He's not like any guru that we know of today. I mean, he revealed himself as coming from that spiritual plane. And why is that significant? Prabhupada used to sometimes say, when Krishna appeared and performed his pastimes and leelas and so on, those who were allowed to enter into that leela or know Krishna by mercy, by maybe austerities over thousands and thousands of lifetimes, they would be allowed to participate in Radha Krishna Leela or Govinda Leela in Goloka Vrindavan. But the storehouse of love of Godhead, which is always in Krishna, it was sealed, except for rare souls who had performed unbelievable austerities and spiritual practices over, I think, many, 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 many lifetimes to be enabled to be part of Krishna's pastimes 5,000 years ago. But when that same Radha and Krishna came in the form of Lord Chaitanya, we read in the Adi Leela, 7th chapter, that they broke open the storehouse that was locked of love of God, of Krishna praying, that consciousness that everyone in the spiritual, the local planet has. They broke open that storehouse. They plundered the contents, and they freely distributed what is so rare, so valuable that nothing in the universe can even be measured up to it. They freely distributed spiritual ecstatic love of Radha and Krishna to people who had no qualification for receiving that. That's the special feature of Lord Chaitanya, Namo Mahavadhanaya, the greatest of all the avatar appearances of God, the greatest, because Krishna Prema Pradayate, he gave what no other incarnation of God ever did. This is incredible. If you read the pastimes of Lord Chaitanya in Madhya Lila, during his travels, he would meet people in villages. And because this Krishna Prema was exuding from him at every second, these people in these villages would become pure devotees. They were empowered by just what was emanating from Lord Chaitanya. It's incredible when we read this. That's what happened, as Mahātmā Prabhu was telling us. That's what happened when Srila Prabhupada appeared and revealed himself as the ambassador, and representative, and personal associate of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, carrying with him perfectly, because he's so pure, carrying with him what Lord Chaitanya distributed. That spiritual potency to distribute Krishna Prema is what Prabhupada came with when he revealed himself. There's, in my view, no other possible explanation how Prabhupada set foot in the world of the Yavanas and Rakshasas and even if people pretended to be innocent, they were raised in the family of meat eaters. They were addicted to unbelievable types of sex and intoxicants and killing of animals and eating them and gambling and so many things. How is it possible to explain how such persons could suddenly become exuberant devotees of Radha and Krishna? There's no qualification, there's no background or basis for it when Prabhupada came to the Western countries, except he carried with him that potency, that bhakti shakti potency that Lord Chaitanya came to this universe with, to awaken souls who weren't ready to be awakened, had no qualification to be awakened. I shouldn't say we, I'm nothing, but the devotees that were present and joined this movement while Prabhupada walked the earth, they were the recipients of this bhakti shakti potency. And despite all their sinful actions and for lifetimes, they suddenly became completely enthusiastic devotees. And today, anyone who tries to understand Prabhupada and associate with Prabhupada can also carry and reflect and pass on that same Krishna Bhakti, that Krishna Prema, because it comes from Prabhupada through his representatives. So how do you associate with Prabhupada, this amazing person from the spiritual world? How do you associate with him? It's so clear from his instructions. His body, you follow his words. You become obedient, or that's not the right word. You first read his words. He came, his mission was to present what the Goswamis and Lord Chaitanya broke open and revealed, because no one understood what life is like in Goloka Vrindavan until Lord Chaitanya and the 6 Goswamis revealed it. And Prabhupada came down to write that, to explain it for generations, for thousands and thousands of years. His words in his books explain what is the spiritual world, what is life in the spiritual world. And just by reading his words, you are associating with Prabhupada and you're associating with everything that his words are describing. So anyone has that opportunity. It's not somehow limited to the devotees who became awakened without any qualification while Prabhupada walked this earth. This association is available for 10,000 years because Prabhupada books, he told us, are going to be the law books for humanity for the next 10,000 years. Everyone will be reading his books and associating with him and getting this spiritual bhakti shakti just from his words. And then they will, as best they can, reflect it and pass it on to others. That's something about who Srila Prabhupada is that I wanted to share because I have no explanation how I became a devotee other than that. It's had he not come, we all ask ourselves, where would we be? Where would those original devotees of Prabhupada be had he not come? How lost I would be, speculating and trying this and that, and never getting out of material samsara. Had he not come, we'd all be lost. And he brought this throughout the whole planet. His mission was to deliver the souls on this planet and beyond, because we don't know how far his mission goes. In our next birth, some of us may be going right back to Godhead. Some of us may be sent to preach here on earth or in other worlds. We don't even know what's awaiting us. We just know that we're clinging to his lotus feet. The dust particles that come off his feet, we're running after. We're trying to catch that and sprinkle it on our heads. And then, as Mahātmā Prabhu said, we're guaranteed to be liberated, going back to Godhead, whether it means literally into the spiritual world or just anywhere else in the material universe, continuing to reflect what Lord Chaitanya and Prabhupada brought to this world. So I don't have the words to express how indebted and grateful I am that with no qualification, I just became a devotee. That's the miracle. You know, Christianity is based on Lord Jesus' miracles attracting people. This is Prabhupada and Lord Chaitanya's miracle that completely fallen, unconscious Tamaguna souls suddenly awakened and became devotees. That's the miracle of Krishna consciousness movement that Prabhupada inaugurated. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rameśvara. What a perfect way to end our program here in the room at 26 Second Avenue. Of course, online, the program will continue for another couple hours at least. So we're going to do Pushpanjali. Before we do that, I just want to thank His Holiness Chandrasekhar Maharaj for the organization. Brahmatīrtha Prabhu mentioned that we were on time here. A couple of people looked over at me. I'm just a face tonight. But Chandrasekhar Maharaj, the brains behind all this, also Kumar Prabhu, and the devotees, Jagannath Gopal, Karen, Leka, they're all putting this together for the ultimate good. And to also thank the devotees of the Minimum here in Brooklyn and the devotees of the Center. And one last time, just to let you know, we're in the middle of renovation. Thanks for bearing with us. If it was a little dusty, a little not so attractive, we're renovating. It's going to be incredible. I have some faith that when it finally gets to the completion, becomes some office. So in an effort to do that, we are selling T-shirts to raise some money. There's tote bags back there. You can see me. You can see Leica, Gorkumar. And also, if you want to go to KrishnaNYC.com, the merchandise isn't up on there yet, but if you want to make a donation, Krishna long spelling, KrishnaNYC.com, go to donate page, and whatever you can do is appreciated. If you can't do anything and you're here, I really appreciate you being here and sharing this evening with us. So thank you for that. Okay, so Pañcaratna Prabhu is passing out some flowers for Pushpanjali, and we'll move into that phase right now.
Everyone takes 3. So
Okay, so
Hare Krishna.
We need to bifurcate this Zoom at this point. You all, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So at this point, you can turn off the feed for 26 Second Avenue because we've got other speakers and we're going to go on. And you can finish up with the Pushpanjali and go over to 26 Second Avenue. But the beat goes on the on Zoom with Hṛdayānanda Swami speaking. He's all queued up and ready to go here. So we are eagerly awaiting many other speakers that we have listed here. We have Haṁsarūpa and Mālatī. Let me pin myself because that way I can see what I'm saying. Okay, there we go. All right, so thank everyone who's on, and now we're going to go on with the Zoom presentation. We have about another at least 2 hours worth of offerings. So Hare Krishna. I saw Hṛdayānanda Swami here a minute ago. Where did he go? Just a second. Okay, so Hṛdayānanda Swami is here. He dropped off for a minute, but if you can both unmute yourself and unvideo yourself so that you can.
I did. I did.
Okay, good. Good.
Should I begin?
Yes, please.
Hare Krishna, thank you for inviting me. I wanted to talk about an extraordinary quality of Prabhupada, which was his determination to spread his mission as manifested in his agility and constant willingness to try new things if old things didn't work. So I'll just perhaps mention a few of these things. Prabhupada, as we know, tried to work with the Gaudiya Math in various ways, and that he was not able to really serve according to his full inspiration. He set up a program, League of Devotees in Jhansi, and the lady and some lady of society, society lady took his property away that was being lent to him to use. And so the whole League of Devotees in Jhansi sort of, they lost their venue, and Prabhupada thought, I have to try something else. He went to Delhi. He stayed in the Keshava Swami Gaudiya Math. He printed a Back to Godhead sheet, and he was giving that out. And still he was not getting the result he wanted. And so someone mentioned to him, rather than just, printing these sheets, Back to Godhead, if you do a book, people take that more seriously. So then he again shifted gears. He went to Vrindavan. He, of course, famously translated and commented on the Bhagavatam, Prabhupada's monumental rendition of the first canto, which is a foundation of the Hare Krishna movement. And we see that he was distributing it to famous people. He had his picture taken, giving a Bhagavatam to the Prime Minister of India at the time. And so he tried that. So we have Jhansi, we have Delhi with the Back to Godhead, then the books, and trying to give the books out. And he saw that he was doing service. He was doing service, he was preaching, he was meeting famous people, including the Prime Minister, but it was not at the level that he wanted, where it wasn't earth transforming. It wasn't really going to change the world. And so then Prabhupada decided he had to come to America. And we all know the story of the Jaladuta and how he got the passage and so on. And if you read the standard biographies, like Prabhupada Lilamrita, when Prabhupada was in Butler, Pennsylvania, at first there's no indication that he planned to go somewhere else. He was learning about America. He's sort of doing cultural anthropology. What is America? What are Americans? What are they like? And he went and gave a talk at the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia. And at a certain point, Prabhupada realized the glorious Vedic revolution is not really going to happen in Butler, Pennsylvania. And so at that point, he thought, I'll go to New York. And he went to New York, and he got a little loft, and then he was going to that Dr. Mishra's place. And so again, if you look at every one of these phases of Prabhupada's mission, his different experiments, his different attempts, what we find is that it's not clear when he first takes on this new methodology, it's not obvious that, well, this is just a temporary thing, I'll just try this for a little while. So Prabhupada at Dr. Mishra's place, he was, of course, Dr. Mishra was preaching some, stuff that was, I guess, in Prabhupada's jargon, nonsense. And so Prabhupada was correcting it and preaching personalism. And Dr. Mishra noticed that after a while, he told Prabhupada, we can't really do this. And so the Dr. Mishra program didn't work. And then Prabhupada got a roommate, and then the roommate went crazy and threw Prabhupada's things out the window. And so you see Prabhupada, another thing is, so when Prabhupada finally starts his New York project, he gets, 26 Second Avenue. what's interesting there, and the evidence we have is actually in some of the legal documents we're using in that court case, the Long Island case, that when Prabhupada was in New York, his understanding back then was that, well, I guess this is it. I guess this is it. You know, I have a little foothold, as he would say. I have a program in New York. And maybe in the future, we'll have other centers which will just be extensions of the New York project. So again, just having a center in New York seemed like, well, that's it. That's what we're going to do. But then, of course, some of Prabhupada's disciples urged him to go to the Bay Area in San Francisco. And he went there and the Hare Krishna movement exploded. Of course, this is after Montreal. And then Prabhupada saw that actually Krishna had a much bigger plan, that his movement was spreading to many different places. And then he sent some disciples to England. And so in all these different stages, you see Prabhupada on an ongoing basis witnessing Krishna's revelation. But again, even when the movement was booming in the Western world, Prabhupada wanted to take it farther. And so he started the In God We Trust political party, of course, which he at a certain point pulled back because he saw there were certain structural problems, but life comes from life. So what you see in Prabhupada is this tireless drive to expand the movement, to innovate, to reach people who are somehow escaping the network of Lord Chaitanya's mercy, Nityananda's mercy. And then Prabhupada, of course, he famously made this is all in the Lilamrita, he made his world headquarters in Los Angeles. And Prabhupada had every intention of staying there. But then, trouble happened. Some of his disciples were plotting against him. So he went back to India. Didn't want to be an elephant in the water with a crocodile. So he went back to India, and it's in the Lilamrita. Prabhupada, when he goes to say goodbye to the deities now called Rukmiṇī in Udwarka, he was really sad because he had his heart set on just his American mission. It was ISKCON at that point was very much an America-centric mission. The BBT in LA was many times bigger than any other BBT. And Prabhupada was lamenting. He said to Rukmiṇī Dwarkadīsh, why are you taking me away? This was the plan. And then, of course, Prabhupada went back to India and there was this huge explosion of Krishna consciousness. He was giving programs for tens of thousands of people. And one time I was on the balcony in Mayapur on Gaur Purnima Day, and I was so inspired. I'd never seen so many human beings in one place in my life, streaming into our compound for Gaur Purnima in the evening. So I went to Prabhupada, who was also on the balcony, and I'd been his secretary for the month before that, so I was very much in the habit of just talking to him. And I said, Prabhupada, India is amazing. And Prabhupada looked at me as if I had committed the fault of damnation by faint praise. In other words, I hadn't said enough. So Prabhupada looked at me and said, it is the most important place in the universe. And so then even in his last days in this world, when no ordinary human being could have contemplated any kind of activity because of Prabhupada's extreme health condition, he wanted to go to Gita Nagari and do Varnashram. So what you see in Prabhupada is this relentless, untiring drive to spread the movement. If one thing doesn't work, you try something else. And even if the first thing worked, that's not enough. You have to expand. So that's something which, of course, it's a symptom of Prabhupada's ecstatic, pure devotion to the Panchatattva. I think it's something which is really needed in ISKCON. When Prabhupada was here talking about how the Hare Krishna movement is going to change the world, how it's going to, usher in the Yuga Dharma, we used to talk about that every day. I don't hear that anymore. I don't hear devotees talking very often about transforming the world, about establishing Prabhupada's mission and so on. But when Prabhupada was here, we talked about it all the time. And so I think on this day, we should not only glorify Prabhupada, but do some soul searching and find a way that we can emulate him, not imitate, but follow. We should also be unsatisfied with whatever we've achieved. We're grateful that Krishna engaged us in this way. How do we spread it further? How do we change the world? How do we transform the world? What more can we do? What is working? What isn't working? What's the next step? Prabhupada was just on fire with that kind of enthusiasm. And so on this day, I personally, and I'm sure many of you, if not all of you, we have to somehow ignite that spark again, where changing the world, transforming the world, establishing the Yuga Dharma becomes a daily topic of conversation among devotees. And if we're not doing it now, how can we do it? What else can we do? That's the real Prabhupada that I knew. So, Prabhupada said that imitation is the highest form of flattery. I think we should glorify and flatter Prabhupada. Well, of course, imitation is, it's a no-no, as we know in our philosophy. And so let's say not imitate Prabhupada, but really follow him. Whatever the Hare Krishna movement is today, and there are many wonderful devotees, there are many great souls in this movement, very sincere, dedicating their lives to Prabhupada, the Pañcaratna. So there are many, many great souls in this movement. However, the world, what about the world? If, as Prabhupada said, the world's a headless body, ISKCON is still very much a disembodied head. And if you think about it, when the head and the body become disconnected, the body is not going to figure out how to make the connection, because bodies have no intelligence. It is the brain, it is the head that has to figure. So that's our job. We have a disembodied, a headless body, which is society, and a disembodied head, which is the Hare Krishna movement. How do we put the head in the body? How do we connect with people? How do we change the world? That's the Prabhupada that I remember. And that should be our daily meditation. So thank you very much. I'd like to thank Chandrasekhar Swami for kindly inviting me. And I hope I didn't offend too many people, just a reasonable number. So thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Hṛdayānanda Swami. So we have so many eloquent speakers, and I'm kind of like the wrong end of the stick here. But at any rate, we are moving on here. Haṁsarūpa, who is our temple president here in New York City, and who's really somehow or another managed to hold down this amazing and huge and intricate project, is going to say some words to us. I think we have him on here. We just have to have him unmute and unvideo himself, and then he can take it away. And he's our next speaker. All glories. Hare Krishna.
All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you for the kind invitation. I'm in one sense, I'm quite flattered that I'm following Hṛdayānanda Maharaj, the most articulate. So, but that's also very hard to follow. But first off, let me offer my respectful obeisances to Srila Prabhupada. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Vid. Namaste Saraswati Devam Gauravani Pachari Nirvishesha Shunyavani Paschatya Deshatarane. And I am fortunate to be in New York, and I'm fortunate to be at Radha Govinda's lotus feet. So that is was in one sense the answer to a prayer that I sincerely made to Srila Prabhupada, not understanding the consequences of requesting service without any restrictions or constraints. And therefore he challenged me to leave Vrindavan and come back to New York, where I can honestly say I never thought I'd set foot in again. And now I find myself sitting in a replica of the Henry Street Temple. In our downstairs ground floor, we have a small museum filled with Prabhupada's paraphernalia from Henry Street and 55th Street, and even some paraphernalia from 2nd Avenue. So it's a wonderful place to reconnect to Srila Prabhupada, to be here to chant japa or to chant Gayatri as it may be, and to bring devotees, our God brothers, God sisters, and the next generation to see the shoes that Prabhupada stepped off the Jaladuta in when he got off the Jaladuta at Brooklyn Marine Terminal down by 17th Street in near Red Hook in Brooklyn. Very interesting that he did set foot first in Brooklyn after Commonwealth Harbor. And so there's so much history, and as Hṛdayānanda Maharaj said, our daily meditation is how to bring Krishna consciousness to to New York in general, and of course to the world at large. But we're here specifically, so we're focused. And very many of the second generation that we're trying hard to attract have come and joined us, and as Chandrasekhar Maharaj can confirm, us old timers are surrounded by a bunch of young kids, who challenge us daily to keep up with them. So this is, we can see Srila Prabhupada's mission being fulfilled, not even so much, we're just maintaining things for them. What is the saying, Prabhupada? If you cannot expand, at least maintain. So we feel that in the effort to save the temple here, Radha Govinda's temple, that where the reciprocation is that automatically so many people have come to join here in the just the last few years. And what was once an empty temple, when we literally just a few devotees, maybe 5 devotees. Now we have a full temple. We've run out of room. We literally have people almost like on Henry Street sleeping on in common areas wherever they can grab a space. So we're very encouraged. And we just had a wonderful Janmashtami yesterday. We had thousands of people here throughout the day, coming and going. And this was, and more people come every day. And because it's Janmashtami in India today, we have another 100+ people who apparently don't get our newsletter, but are just in the general Hindu diaspora. They know that it's a Krishna temple, so they decided to come. So there's many here right now. So there's not much more I can say. I met Srila Prabhupada here in New York, and that was my first introduction. And I had an opportunity to serve him intimately, cleaning his room, not intimately in person as our older God brothers did, but intimately surrounded by his paraphernalia, just as I'm looking at his desk, which is the same desk he had in Henry Street, same simple slab of plywood with screw-on legs and a cushion where Prabhupada could rest his elbow and translate the most amazing literature that the world has ever seen. And this is, we're daily reminded of the obligation that we have to uphold and in every respect. And so to present to New York once again something grand as the 55th Street Temple is certainly in my mind, and hopefully it's in others as well. And to try to get it done before we make our departure to wherever our next destination is. But we do constantly remind ourselves, Janme Janme Prabhu say, that wherever it is, we've just, at least I know that I could speak for myself and others, that we're looking forward to rejoining Srila Prabhupada wherever he is and serving him in whatever capacity he desires. And hoping that that comes to pass. I remember speaking to Bhakti True Maharaj, and because I was questioning why he had written in one Vyasa Puja offering that he felt that he had done everything that Prabhupada had asked, and that he wanted to join Prabhupada. I thought that was very telling in one sense, that the devotees were not really here to enjoy or to just to fulfill the orders of the spiritual master. But I can say for myself, I don't feel I've done enough. So hopefully, whatever time is left, the opportunity will be there to do whatever little I can, with respect to hopefully putting something back the way it was. And for those who remember 55th Street and all of its wonderful restaurant, museum, gift shop, theater, it was a very, how can you say, Prabhupada was very proud of it. I remember when he came to New York in 76, for that period in July prior to the Rath Yatra, when on the first night that he came, he gave the Chaitanya Charitamrita lecture. He'd speak twice a day. We were very fortunate, the 11 days that he was here. And I remember every night or every day, whenever he could give class, he would say the Prema Dwani. And at the end of the Prema Dwani, he would say, Sri Sri Radha Govinda Mandir Ki Jai. That was very special for us to hear Prabhupada feel so encouraged. I'm sure he's said it in other places, but I don't remember as much, but I specifically remember that. And very difficult to forget. So I don't want to take more time. I'm not a very scholarly or reflective person. We're just trying to stay here and maintain everything, keep it as it is so that the next generation doesn't get an empty shell or a totally dilapidated situation. And I invite everyone, whenever you're here, for whatever reason. I remember 55th Street used to be the Grand Central Station of ISKCON. Everybody used to come through on your way to and from India and other places abroad. So we certainly invite whoever wants to come. We have a little facility, and just please let us know, and we'll make all arrangements. But thank you very much for the opportunity, especially Chandrasekhar Maharaj. I know it's very to juggle everything like this. And I hope everything went well at 26 Second Avenue, Maharaj, and that you got all the prasadam that you were meant to get, and that everybody's happy with the cooking.
Yeah, I think everything more or less is panning out over there. So they're all left now to go to the Bhakti Center. I assume that they are, all fixed up.
That's where it went. All right, very good.
All right, thank you so much for speaking, taking the time here.
Just Pañcaratna Trubhyascha, Kripa Sindhu Bhyavacha.
Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. So is Mālatī on already or not? Somewhere. I'm not sure what her. I don't see a phone that looks like her name that she was trying to get on. Evidently, she's not on.
I'm on. I was muted.
Okay. Okay.
Haribo.
So we are hoping to see Mālatī here. She's live streaming directly from her car.
Well, that's because the temple is, I'm in Columbus, Ohio. Columbus, Ohio is a place that Prabhupada came on May 10th in 1969. And right across the street from where he was is where our little current temple is. But I offer my humble obeisances to all the devotees who I can't see, but I'm sure are there. And I offer my humble obeisances to my eternal spiritual master. Om Magyan Tamarandasya Jananasakalaya Chaktum Militam Yena Tasmi Śrī-Gurave Namaha. So I have to admit to being a little bit in a chaotic situation at the moment. Vyasa Pujas can sometimes be ecstatically chaotic, and that's the case right here. And I had written something and I'd put it somewhere so that I could quickly access it. But somebody else has quickly accessed it, so I have no idea where it is. But the opportunity is here. Just like yesterday, it was the wonderful appearance day of Sri Krishna. And on these appearance days, we have an opportunity to offer ourselves again, to offer our hearts, to offer our love, to offer our service, and become closer to that personality. And yesterday we had that opportunity during Janmashtami. And now it is such an inconceivable situation that we have these two major type of appearance days, one right after the other. So again, we gathered together at the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada, who introduced us, or at least introduced most of us, to Lord Krishna. And even if you knew Krishna before, you probably didn't know him as intimately as the way Srila Prabhupada has introduced him to us as the supreme original personality of Godhead. Srila Prabhupada's mission in life to spread the teachings of Lord Chaitanya outside of the boundaries and the borders of India manifested in such a magnificent manner that we can, if we just take a moment to contemplate how an elderly person at the age of 69 boarded a ship, a freighter, and not a great big giant freighter like you see nowadays, one of these little tiny matchbook toys, the Jaladuta. I'm telling you, that thing was like, I would not even take that thing out of Calcutta Harbor. I went to see it, hearing it was going to be dismantled. So I went to see that ship, that freighter that carried the lotus feet and the lotus body of Srila Prabhupada over 6 seas across the Atlantic Ocean to bring him to America. And I went to the yard, the shipyard in Bombay, and I'm looking up at all the big, huge ships, and I couldn't see the Jaladuta. And my heart was pounding. Oh my God, they've already demolished it. And I saw one little man who was part of the shipyard. Please, Jaladuta, kaha Jaladuta, where is Jaladuta? And that guy was pointing down. So I'm looking down, and there was this little tiny thing compared to all the magnificent, gigantic freighters, the little Jaladuta. And like I say, I would not have taken that thing outside of the Calcutta border. But Srila Prabhupada fearlessly and bravely stepped aboard, carrying the precious cargo of the first canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam in 3 parts. And he crossed those seas. He crossed the ocean. He went through the Suez Canal, and he came to America. Now, he wasn't specifically deputed to America. He was just told to go preach in the West. When asked why he came to America, he said, my Guru Maharaj sent sannyasis to England, but they were not able to establish anything. So I was thinking, if I'm going to fail, let it be somewhere else. But fail he did not. And he succeeded beyond any wild dreams. An astrologer upon his birth said there would be 108 temples. And that came to be. And now there's over 600 temples of various sizes all over the world. So it is only fitting that every year we should remember and honor the lotus feet and the fearless heart and the great love and compassion that Srila Prabhupada has bestowed upon all of us, those in the past, those of us in the present, and those in the future. I put my head at his feet, and I place my head at all of your feet, who are members of his mission. This, for us, is an unbelievable mercy. Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Mālatī. You really had to go one there to figure out how to connect with you, and I appreciate the effort that you made. I
want to request the prayers of all the assembled Vaishnavas. There's a beautiful devotee, and just at 6 o'clock, when we were just to start, we got a message. She's in the hospital, which happens to be across the street of the temple. Her name is Krishangi. She's the daughter of our god sister Kamagiri and a disciple of Radhanath Swami. And they discovered she wasn't well. They discovered a brain bleed. This is not good news. And they are doing an immediate surgery to find out if there's any hope. And the only hope is this divine grace, one way or the other. But I ask, please offer your prayers for Krishangi Devi Dasi. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Hare Krishna. This is the nature of the material world. We're always finding out about all kinds of undesirable issues that are happening. And so our prayers go out. And I appreciate the effort that all the devotees are making to come on to this Zoom conference and to say something for Prabhupada. It's kind of interesting that with the miracle of Zoom, we can have kind of a fireside chat among people on all so many different places that are all over in various different, some cases countries, different parts of the United States, and so on and so forth. So after Mālatī, our next speaker is Mother Sandamanī from Arizona, from Tucson, who's been heading the yatra there for many years. And it's an honor to get a chance to hear from her for the first time on this particular Zoom conference. So it looks like she's there, but she needs to unmute herself as well as to video herself, and then she can take it away. Where did she go? Okay, I see it. Uh-oh. You've got two things going on, so you're getting feedback. You have two computers in the same room?
Yeah.
One of the computers has to get muted or else it'll keep feeding back.
Better. Just.
So sometimes the things go smoothly. Today, things have not gone smoothly. Not for me, not for anybody.
All right.
Oh, good. Okay.
Sandamanī and I are here. And
okay.
Okay. And then we just turned one computer off. So first Sandamanī will go and then I'll go. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Just okay. All right. So here's Sandamanī's going to sit in the seat. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're coming over loud and clear.
Okay, so here comes Sandamanī. And yeah. All right.
Okay. Hare Krishna. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you, Maharaj, for organizing this. We had a CEO come to the temple, come to the restaurant, and he was in charge of a big company. And he said the hardest thing he's ever done is organize his volunteers for ushering in his church. So to get a bunch of people together that are volunteering is always a challenge. So thank you for enabling this. I just wanted to start out to say how amazing it is to be part of this movement. And the testimony, of course, to Srila Prabhupada's legacy is that the movement is growing in leaps and bounds. If you see any other group, especially that was popular during the 60s and 70s, now you hardly hear anything about them. Their leaders, gone or left or fractions, something happened. So, the fact that Prabhupada was able to keep everyone together is such a wonderful testimony. And really, we need the help, and we have the help of all our younger devotees, the second generation, even the third generation that are coming up. It's so wonderful to see how they have such love and devotion for Srila Prabhupada. Sometimes I think, it's just us older devotees that met Prabhupada, that was with Prabhupada, that, have, the potency, to carry on this movement. But really, these younger devotees, I am simply amazed at their dedication and their love. I was on Harinam yesterday for Janmashtami. We went out, and all these younger devotees, it was like 103 degrees, and they're out there, and it's like full of sun. And they're stopping people at the campus, they're dancing, they're singing, they're inviting people over to the book table. It's so enlivening to, to see that. Suresh and I were kind of hanging out under the tree, drinking water. But these young devotees have so much enthusiasm, and it's so wonderful. And also I wanted to say that, this movement is so wonderful. Sometimes, people have some thing to say, some fault about the movement or some discrepancy or how they were mistreated, 40 years ago. So, we got to let that go. All of us have this legacy from Srila Prabhupada to spread Krishna consciousness. And we might not be able to do it in a very big way that perhaps we used to do, like book distribution or, starting a temple or preaching far and wide, but everyone can do something for Srila Prabhupada's movement. If you're near a temple or not near a temple, you can give a monthly donation. You can come and do some simple service, because it's all of our duty and responsibility to be that beacon of light for the conditioned souls that are simply suffering. One of the Vyasa Puja offerings from one of the newer devotees was saying today that people are so degraded and they're not even embarrassed about it. That's the fallen age that we're in, that people live such a debauched life, but they're proud of it even. So Kali Yuga is such a horrible place, but Lord Chaitanya, has given us this mercy to, to preach and to distribute. And Prabhupada gave us everything. He gave us these beautiful temples, these books, this prasadam, these festivals to have to attract the conditioned soul. So we really want to try to be part of that. I just going to read my offering for this year. I get the honor of writing every year. Let's see. Prabhupada, you never settled for second best, always first class, unlike the rest. You put the devotees to the test, serving Krishna, always blessed. You struggled without much aid, alone in New York, but were never plagued. Challenges came, but you weren't afraid. Strict Vaishnava principles you always displayed. With Krishna by your side, success came when you tried. Remaining humble, not a shred of pride. Guru's orders, willing to abide. Traveling the world, always on the move. Encouraging devotees, try and improve. Anarthas in our heart removed. By serving you, it is proved. India projects caused you stress. Politics and cheating, what a mess. To give all to the Dham's access, our shortcomings you did redress. Early morning rising, purports to write. Day for sadhus, for the karmis it's night. Lord Chaitanya's message, bringing the light. Defending Lord Krishna, such a good fight. Circling the globe, putting health aside, you entered the airport, you just seemed to glide. The devotees struggle to keep with your stride. To the world, you were guru, friend, and guide. Our good fortune is beyond compare. Maha Mantra, our daily prayer. Such opportunity, indeed, most rare. To veer from you, we wouldn't dare. Just at your lotus feet we stay. Some may defect, but we never stray. With your instructions every day, to follow with loyalty, ever we pray. So I just recommit myself actually on a daily basis. So many difficulties, problems come up. And I just think of what Srila Prabhupada went through. And he came to teach us what we can do. We can't say, well, Prabhupada didn't have a hard time. He sailed through everything. No, Prabhupada had challenges, a lot of challenges. So we also have challenges. So we just have to take heart in what Srila Prabhupada did, what he said. We take shelter of his books, his devotees. And then, we don't have any problem, especially the senior devotees. They're, what do they say? 1 foot in the grave. We're at the end stretch. So if we just give it our best these last years, just give it to Prabhupada, Prabhupada will be there for us. He'll save us and he'll allow us to take as many conditioned souls back with us. And so that is our goal here. It's very difficult down in the desert. I think that we didn't hit under 100 in about 3 months. It's very austere and it's supposed to be, very inauspicious actually, but we're finding really the shade of Prabhupada's feet is giving us a lot of hope. Now we're trying to build a big temple. That'll be a super challenge. I didn't think at my age that I would be taking on a brand new project like this, but somehow or other it landed in my lap. So now we're gonna try for that by Krishna's mercy and with Prabhupada's mercy. Last night, we had 2 Janmastamis this year, a big public one on the weekend and then one yesterday. And it was so crowded that, people were just spilled out everywhere. And so I just thought, okay, Krishna, you have to make this happen because we can't facilitate all these people, without a bigger facility. So, okay, well, thank you very much for the opportunity to remember Srila Prabhupada again and again, and all glories to his divine grace. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Mother Sandamanī from Tucson. The heat of Prabhupada's commitment is there, maybe also the heat of the Arizona sun, but we appreciate very much what we're hearing. So thank you again for making the effort to speak with us. And now we can move to Sureśvara, who should be at the same computer. And
Thank you, Maharaj. Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're fine.
Okay. All right. And thank you to Mother Sandamanī. I've been here since 2016, and it's the friendliest temple I've ever been in. That's why I decided to stay. Okay, so I'm going to share, as she did, her tribute from this year's Tributes book. And the theme of it is a well-known phrase to all of you, but we've still to fulfill the meaning of the phrase. And the phrase is, as Prabhupada said, make unity in diversity. Dearest Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances in the dust of your divine lotus feet, all glorious to your divine grace. Some of your Russian-speaking followers have an online project they call Prabhupada's Family. To come closer to you, they like to interview older devotees, particularly your initiated disciples. When they interviewed me, I was struck by the depth and candor of their questions. One was especially moving. And here is that question that really struck me. Why do different disciples of Srila Prabhupada perceive and represent him and his will in so many different ways? To answer, I recalled you're walking among us, Srila Prabhupada, a spiritual Renaissance man, your personality manifesting so many different aspects that no individual, past or present, can fully grasp or appreciate your divine grace. For example, your commitment to translate and explain Gaudiya Vaishnava literature each and every night, however meager the facility, no matter how many time zones you had just crossed, despite your advanced age and failing health, all while we slept. Your bold strategy of establishing deity worship to attract everyone to Krishna, over the protests and attacks of iconoclasts from Kali Yuga clerics. Your plan for, quote, cultural conquest, especially through festivals, when you chanted Hare Krishna and vigorously danced with disciples and guests, young enough to be your grandchildren. Your determination to slay the dragon of, quote, scientific materialism, which has misled humanity and ravaged Mother Earth, by shifting our paradigm from matter to spirit. Your vision of turning the masses toward Krishna by developing rural communities based on, quote, plain living and high thinking. And the list goes on. Yet it was the question I could sense behind their question that really moved me. And here is what I was sort of reading between the lines of their question. Why do Prabhupada's direct disciples disagree so much? And I asked them, I said, is this what you're really asking, Prabhus? And they said, yes, it's confusing. It's like, children, when their parents fight, and that's kind of like it's just a given that you don't fight in front of your kids. So I said, is this the real question you have for me? And they said, yes. So that compelled me to remember your instruction to, quote, make unity in diversity. And that instruction that came, it's going to be 50 years in October when that phrase, which Prabhupada, of course, did not invent. I mean, even Nehru was talking about unity and diversity when India was become free from the British Raj. So, but Prabhupada did write a letter using that phrase. And the context was that one sannyasi had written Prabhupada to tell Prabhupada, as if he didn't know, that there was dissension among the ranks. And Prabhupada replied, material nature means dissension and disagreement, especially in this Kali Yuga. But for this Krishna consciousness movement, its success will depend on agreement, even though there are varieties of engagements. In the material world, there are varieties, but there is no agreement. In the spiritual world, there are varieties, but there is agreement. That is the difference. If we keep Krishna in the center, then there will be agreement in varieties. This is called unity in diversity. Now, so important is that principle that here's how Prabhupada ended the letter, and I'm sure all of you know this, but I'll just repeat it. Here's how he ended the letter to Kirtanananda Maharaj at the time, 18 October 1973. Prabhupada ends, I am therefore suggesting that all our men meet in Mayapur every year during the birth anniversary of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. With all GBC and senior men present, we should discuss how to make unity in diversity. Easier said than done, as the 50 years since then attest. Yet, based on your empowered experience of spreading Krishna consciousness all over the world, Srila Prabhupada. Your everlasting Vani encourages us to unite around timeless, universal principles and to naturally diversify the applicable details. For example, and here's an excerpt from the famous purport, CC Madhya 23-105. Quote, it is not necessary that the rules and regulations followed in India be exactly the same as those in Europe, America, and other Western countries. What is required is a special technique according to country, time, and candidate. So now I close. To taste even one drop of your sage advice, Srila Prabhupada, we need to expand our appreciation of each other. Unity without diversity is tyranny, and diversity without unity is anarchy. It is only in the well-rounded Sangha of your serious and sincere followers, appreciating the contemporary and traditional aspects of your mood and mission, that will become fit to, quote, make unity in diversity. All glories to your divine grace, your aspiring servant, Sureśvara Das. And yes, this is the best part of Vyasa Puja Day, sharing with all of you. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna. Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Thank you very much, Suresh. Your whole life is like a meditation on Prabhupada. So this is kind of like the cherry on the cake for you. But we appreciate all the devotees who are, giving their realizations, recollections, their various episodes with Prabhupada, and all those kind of things. And this is what makes the Vyasa Puja a special day. We can think about where we've come from as a movement, where we've come from individually. And we did have slated next as the speaker, Satyanarayana, but I can't seem to get a hold. So I'm going to roll a Jayapataka Swami video that he sent. That I haven't actually even had the chance yet to see myself. So his health is, of course, very, very difficult. So and this is a crazy time for people in India, so that couldn't be possible for him to do live. But I'll roll the video and we can listen to that. Then after that, we will go to Badarayana, who I see on our line here. So here we go from Jayapataka Swami.
Srila Prabhupada, he took his instructions of Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur and spread his Krishna conscious movement around the world. So, as the founder Acharya of ISKCON, he has a special relationship with every devotee of ISKCON. Ultimately, every devotee became a devotee because of the mercy of A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. As such, we observe daily Guru Puja and all our services we offer to Radha Mother through Pañcaratna, etc. Through Srila Prabhupada and Guru Parampara.
As such,
So, as such, we accept Srila Prabhupada as our founder Acharya. And thus, he is the Shiksha Guru of all the devotees. You can say that he is the foundational Shiksha Guru.
And we also follow instructions.
So we also follow Srila Prabhupada's instructions.
Books that he translated.
We read his books that he translated.
And read the devotional service according to his instructions.
And we engage in devotional service according to his instruction.
So, it's very important that we recognize.
So it is very important that we recognize
how
Srila Prabhupada has very intimate and personal relationship with each and every devotee. So every devotee of ISKCON should attend the regular daily Guru Puja of Srila Prabhupada. Should attend the various special programs. Until the Srila Prabhupada Vyasa Puja.
And one of the foundational teachers of Ravīndrasvarūpa,
it is not that only our Diksha Guru is important,
but receive mercy from the Guru from
because we receive the mercy from the Guru Parampara through A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada.
Therefore, we should recognize our special relationship with divine grace.
Therefore, we should recognize the special relationship with A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada.
He has given us the seed of devotion.
He has given us the seed of devotion.
It's handed down.
Which was handed down via the Guru Parampara. So,
also adapted his son.
Srila Prabhupada also adapted ISKCON for spreading Krishna consciousness around the world.
And it's very important that we keep our relationship with our
It's very important that we keep our relationship with Srila Prabhupada
very strong and very active.
very strong and very active.
We accept that all the service we're doing
We accept that all the service that we are doing
is meant is according to the instruction to show God.
according to the instructions of Srila Prabhupada.
Very important that each devotee
Therefore, it is very important that each devotee
sees how the relationship with Prabhupada,
that their relationship with Srila Prabhupada as their foundational Shiksha Guru, it's very important.
And
And this is one of the biggest festival in the year.
So the glory likes to express how much we appreciate
So we have to, we like to express how much we appreciate what Prabhupada have done for us.
Of course, he went around the world so many times.
Of course, he went around the world so many times and spread Krishna consciousness.
He also came to Mayapur.
And he also came to Mayapur
Twice a year, stayed here.
twice a year and stayed here.
He wanted Mayapur to write special temple.
So he wanted Mayapur to be a special temple,
Spiritual world headquarters.
a spiritual world headquarters of ISKCON.
He hope that the devotees in Mayapur
So we hope the devotees in Mayapur
take this as a special commitment.
will take this as their special commitment
The most Krishna conscious of our times.
to be the most Krishna conscious, Srila Prabhupada conscious
So
in the whole world.
we would like that at least.
We would like that at least.
But, we hope that everybody in the world
We hope that everybody in the world
be fully Krishna conscious
would also be fully Krishna conscious
of our times.
and Prabhupada conscious.
So everybody is out there. That's all. Personal realization.
Every devotee has their special realization.
And we want that devotees realizations
And we want the devotees' realization
should be shared.
should be shared.
That devotees in the Krishna movement
And the devotees in Krishna conscious movement
appreciate
will appreciate
the divine grace, like the younger son of
His divine grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada and all our previous acharyas.
this way observe Krishna consciousness.
And in this way, we preserve the Krishna consciousness.
Hare Krishna, very well.
Hare Krishna, thank you very much. Angum Langayade Giri.
Hare Krishna. So we heard there from Jayapataka Swami. It's amazing, you know, I wrote him some time ago. I knew that his health was not at all reasonable. And I said, well, you know, every year you send a video or something, I just asking if you want to do that. I know probably you won't be able to, but I just wanted to be sure. He said, no, what's the last day I can send something? So he sent something, and in spite of all of his difficulties health-wise and incapacitation, still, you know, he there, you know, one of these days I'll be something like that, you know, but there's so many amazing devotees that we have heard from, and we have still more to come. And Badarayana, who used to be a New York Vasi, but he gave up the ship and left for Florida. So we still consider him a New Yorker. And he's down there in Florida.
Allowing me that
so,
distinction.
So we will, without further ado, have Badarayana say something for Srila Prabhupada. Is it actually him or Laxmi Nrsimha? No, it's you. Okay,
Yes.
I got it right. Okay.
I'm just setting the stage for Laxmi Nrsimha. I was just at his house in South Florida. He had my wife and I were there. He had a beautiful, beautiful Janmashtami program. And we were just so honored to be there with all the wonderful community that he's cultivating and making devotees. It's it's incredibly inspiring to see how he's reaching so many people in his community in such a short time. He's just, he's an ocean of magnetic Krishna consciousness because he's very surrendered to Srila Prabhupada. So I want to thank you, first of all, Chandrasekhar Swami, for taking on this, it's a monumental task getting all these devotees together. I know it's like a huge headache. So I'm just want to extend on behalf of all the devotees, my immense appreciation for your service here to bring so many devotees together from around the world to share their glorification and their realizations about Srila Prabhupada in this auspicious day. So thank you.
Hare Krishna.
I also wanted to thank Jayapataka Swami, just such an example of unflinching devotion amidst the great anomalies of the material body. And the points that he made, it's such an important point, this point of Srila Prabhupada being the foundational Shiksha Guru for all of ISKCON, for every disciple. He said that Prabhupada, he made the point, a salient point, that Srila Prabhupada has a personal relationship with every devotee in ISKCON, whether they're Srila Prabhupada's direct disciples or grand disciples. And I would even extend that to say, or expand upon that to say that Srila Prabhupada has a personal relationship with anyone that is contemplating his teachings. Just like Shivaram, I was reading, when we were at Lakshmi's house this morning, we were reading an offering from Shivaram Swami in the tributes book. And Shivaram Swami was relating the story of this woman in some remote village in Hungary who had a little ice cream store. And she had gotten Srila Prabhupada's books 30 years ago and never really had a couple times associated with devotees. Her husband was super antagonistic. She's been chanting 16 rounds, following the 4 regular principles, 30 years with no association. So she was not formally a member of ISKCON, but she has a direct personal relationship with Srila Prabhupada. And then she contacted a terminal cancer somehow, and she was initiated just towards the end of her life. And amazing story. So Prabhupada has a personal relationship with anyone that comes in contact with his teachings. And Shivaram Swami said, we did nothing. We just distributed these books. And, I have personal experience because I feel very humbled that I have been distributing Srila Prabhupada's books for many, many years now, every weekend. And I see the effect that these books have on people. It's remarkable. So great point. I will read the offering that I wrote. Just like on sometimes you see movies, there's a warning so my warning is for mature audiences only. No further ado. My dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my most humble obeisances at your divinely powerful lotus feet. I would genuinely love to write an offering that made no reference to the current state of affairs and instead concentrate fully on your glories. But your glories, and more importantly, your instructions, are woven into the fabric of the time. The question often comes up, is it appropriate for devotees to delve into current affairs when we hear statements from your divine grace such as this? So this is a from a morning walk in Caracas in 1975. Prabhupada, this is Prabhupada speaking. Instead of contemplating what will happen to this world, you have got short duration of life, say 50, 60 years. I'm beyond that. You should chant Hare Krishna and go back to home, back to Godhead. Don't consider what will happen to this world. Nature will take care of it. Don't puzzle your brain with these thoughts. You should utilize whatever time you have in your possession to go back to home, back to Godhead. When I spent, this is me speaking now, when I spent time with Shama Sundar, your disciple, I asked him about the most quintessential observations he had in relation to his personal association with you, Srila Prabhupada. One thing that struck me was this: he often observed that you would give one instruction to a certain devotee in the morning, yet later in the day give what appeared to be the exact opposite instruction to another disciple. However, he noted that each instruction was always impeccably perfect according to time, place, and the circumstance of that particular devotee. As you, on one hand, cautioned against involvement in mundane affairs, you also spoke dire warnings regarding the prevalent asuric agendas. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 4, 14, verse 41, the sages spoke up during the reign of King Vena, and you clarified in your purport. This is from Srila Prabhupada's purport from that verse. Brahmanas, the topmost section of human society, are mostly devotees. They are generally unaware of the happenings within the material world because they are always busy in their activities for spiritual advancement. Nonetheless, when there is a calamity in human society, they cannot remain impartial. If they do not do something to relieve the distressed condition of human society, it is said that due to such neglect, their spiritual knowledge diminishes. Srila Prabhupada, you spoke numerous times of the insidious, destructive influence of atheistic communism, disguised in modern times as globalist ideology, in other words, dominates society with the one world godless technocracy. This calamity is now in full force and is not only outside our gates, but perhaps within. But as it is a sophisticated psychological operation, it is expertly disguised as acting for the greater good. This is a quote now from Srila Prabhupada, Bhubaneswar, 1977. Now they are trying to destroy us, and we are trying to destroy them. The conflict is already there, and this is now psychological fight. And then there will be actual fight, and we must take part in that fight. This is now a quote from Morning Walk, Los Angeles, 1973. So if the world becomes full of communists, then the human civilization will be finished. All rogues and rascals, that's all. This communistic movement will finish the civilized human society. You pinpointed a clear and present danger. The question is, how do we recognize it? You warned us against the centralization of power by an asuric ruling class, and warned against centralization of power within your movement as well. We currently see in the world the growing prevalence of a new world order of elitist technocracy based on godless scientism. We also observe the systematic silencing of any voices which question its authority. We observe an erosion of God-given freedoms via censorship and fear-mongering in the guise of promoting the greater good. To influence organizations to align with the demonic agenda, we see seemingly benign save the world propaganda for notions which are not congruent with the understandings of Srimad Bhagavatam. Notions like the world is going to be destroyed on such and such a date due to global warming or climate change. We observed with alarm that during the recent pandemic, even in your ISKCON, all ISKCON social media sites had all-out censorship of any view other than the mainstream narrative. You warned us to be vigilant about the demonic influence which threatens humanity, now more than ever, as their technology has become so advanced. You confirmed that powerful families who own the central banks run the modern world. In the name of the greater good, they play off the sentiments of those not privy to their techniques of long-term subversion as they infiltrate every aspect of society undermine traditional cultures, degrade, confuse, and sexualize our youth, destabilize our institutions, and weaken the male protected class of Kshatriya nature. And yet, despite your clear warnings, within your mission, honest discussion of this destructive influence is conspicuous by its absence. Did we all miss that memo? As Sri Ishopanishad clearly states in Mantra 11, only one who can learn the process of nescience and that of transcendental knowledge side by side can transcend the influence of repeated birth and death and enjoy the full blessings of immortality. You also stated on the 11th of July, 1973 in London, this is Prabhupada speaking, in fighting, the first thing is to take estimation of the enemy's side, how much they are strong, how they have arranged. Then one should calculate how to counteract, how to fight with them. That is intelligence. Without taking any calculation of the other side, if you are not prepared, then how can you become victorious? If we are to follow your directives above and become strong to fight against the influence of this insidious agenda, which you warned us about, wouldn't it be wise to understand how this enemy of theism is working in our modern world? If we as a society fail to do so at this critical juncture, the proverbial wool will easily be pulled over our individual and collective eyes. You state, this is from Rajavidya, page 41. At present, this world is being managed by the Rakshasas. The Rakshasas are man-eaters who eat their own sons. This is now from Srimad Bhagavatam, purport 7th canto, chapter 3. At present, the Rakshasas and demons have taken charge. Therefore, there is no protection of Brahminical culture in cows, which are the basic prerequisites for all kinds of good fortune. This age is very dangerous because society is being managed by demons and Rakshasas. Have we become such easy targets for Rakshasa manipulation? How did we fare during the recent controversial pandemic? Did we allow open, honest dialogue? Or did we follow in lockstep with a well-orchestrated top-down agenda? Are these words too strong? When we contemplate what's at stake, the influencing and potential weakening of the Krishna consciousness movement due to a sentimental lack of understanding of the issues and threats at hand, I think not. We cannot sit idly by and simply chant and be happy while the enemy's influences has potentially infiltrated our camp. What would you do, Srila Prabhupada? You demonstrated historically a strong arm when there were similar threats. You excommunicated Hṛdayānanda Swami when he returned from India wearing black robes and preaching Mayavad philosophy. You excommunicated 4 prominent sannyasis when you felt they were preaching the asampradaya philosophy that you were God. And when you heard about the abuse of children in Dallas, you said of the abusers, they should be hung. This is now from Nanda Kumar's Srila Prabhupada Memories recorded by Siddhanta. So this is Nanda Kumar speaking. Srila Prabhupada told me something personally. His divine grace said, there are those among us wearing dhoti, tilak, sika, and neck beads, but they are not devotees. They are agents of Kali who are here to try to stop our movement. You, Srila Prabhupada, said to me, being Nanda Kumar, but meaning all of us, especially those with the Kshatriya nature, you should find out who they are and weed them out. That's an exact quote. So that's from Nanda Kumar. This is a quote from Bhaktivinoda Thakur. After the time of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, those faithful to him kept apart from non-devotees to avoid contamination. Seeing this, the personality of Kali sent his representatives in disguise to pollute the Vaishnava Sampradaya. Posing as Vaishnavas, they spread their wicked doctrines and appeared so intelligent and devoted that only pure devotees could detect their real identity. Most devotees, not only the most neophyte, were enchanted by their tricks. In this way, Kali's agents expertly introduced karma, jnana, and abhilasa in the Vaishnava Sampradaya and caused Sudha Bhakti to vanish from the world. We should not be so naive to think this cannot happen. You clearly warned us, Srila Prabhupada, but perhaps it is happening. How do we prevent it? By carefully studying the nature of the current situation with an open, unbiased, and discerning mind, we can understand the dangers inherent in the warnings and directives you've given, Srila Prabhupada. And then following your example, I pray these Kali-esque influences can be weeded out. carefully and methodically, with emotionally balanced maturity, yet without sentimentality. We need strong, wise leaders, not compromised or influenced by demonic agendas. Leaders far more committed to the pursuit of truth than to being accepted by society. Where are such fearless men and women? Please step forward for the sake of Srila Prabhupada's mission. And so, while you, Srila Prabhupada, gave the instruction to not concern ourselves with the affairs of the world, you simultaneously gave the instruction to fight these threats and educate ourselves as to the very nature, especially if the proverbial ship has been hit by an iceberg with water gushing in. Many of us feel that this is such a pivotal, all hands on deck moment in history, a Kurukshetra 2.0, if you will. Simultaneously, we must enthusiastically inject the public at large with the real panacea in the form of Sankirtan Yajna. As Rupanuga Prabhu states, Prabhupada gave, this is Rupanuga speaking, Prabhupada gave battlefield commission to fight the demons, but that fight was to bring the truth of the Mahamantra to the people, to overcome their ignorance and poor fund of knowledge about Yuga Dharma, the Sankirtan Yajna, hearing and chanting the Mahamantra. This then must be brought into everyone's home as the basis for the real cultural revolution. This is from Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya Lila, or Chaitanya speaking. No, this is Srila Prabhupada speaking in the purport. Everyone can execute the cult of Krishna consciousness at home as ordered by the Lord. May their lordships Sri Chaitanya Nityananda guide us and give us strength. May Lord Nrsimhadev protect this great movement from malefic, often well-disguised influence, and make way for the pure golden age of the Sankirtan mission. You sacrificed, Srila Prabhupada, everything to this end. You gave your life, your every waking moment, your every breath, every drop of your energy and lifeblood, so that we could spread this great movement for the benefit of all suffering humanity. To honor you and show our love for you, we must work to preserve your superhuman, magnanimous legacy of uncompromising compassion and unalloyed devotion, so that it is not destroyed from within. This is our task at hand, and it is no easy one. And so I fervently pray that you bless me, bless us all, that we can embody this mission with patient perseverance, keen discernment, genuine humility, and fearless dedication. Your lowly, aspiring servant, Badarayana Das. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much. That was your entire Vyasa Puja. You read that, or that was an extra thing that was.
Yeah, that was actually printed miraculously. It didn't get X from the book, so because it obviously can be a little controversial to some. But no, that was it was edited by Jayapataka Swami. It was actually longer, still longer than it's supposed to be in, but he kind of cut me some slack. So somehow or another it got in. But that's in the book.
All right. Hare Krishna. So thank you very, very much. And now we're eagerly waiting Laxmi Nrsimha, and then after him, Nṛsiṁhānanda. So
Nṛsiṁhānanda. Can't wait for that.
So we are getting a chance to hear from many different voices on many different sides of ISKCON and various different outlooks. So I really appreciate the opportunity to hear these different views and different senses of where we are and where we should be, or where we should be going. So thank you very much, Brother. And now, Laxmi Nrsimha, you are unmuted and ready to go. You just
yes, I am. I believe I am unmuted.
Yeah, but you're not your video went black. I saw you.
No, I'm on the screen here. And it seems
do I still have Badarayana highlighted? I'll remove it. Okay, that's what it is. Okay. Now, if you speak, you should pop into the center.
Okay.
And you did.
Okay, good. Wonderful. Yes, Badarayana, you're now in the books. You're on record. Hare Krishna. All glories to His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. My obeisances to all the Vaishnavas, both present and not present worldwide. And I thank you, Chandrasekhar Swami, for your diligence and your effort in coordinating this monumental effort here to bring all of the parties together to glorify His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada. I am greatly appreciative of your service in that regard. And thank you, Badarayana, for sharing your perspective, your nicely articulated perspective on Srila Prabhupada and Srila Prabhupada's mission and the future of our society. I think, like you said, open, honest dialogue will only enrich us. And, to facilitate this open and honest dialogue is, I think, of the utmost importance. One of the many things that Srila Prabhupada has said that has inspired me is in that verse in the Nectar of Instruction where he talks about the 6 loving exchanges. There's one sentence in there where he says this ISKCON society is a facility for loving exchanges amongst Vaishnavas. So when we respect and love each other, then we can hear from each other. And, events like this that are being facilitated, we're able to hear from the various Vaishnavas, and because there's a wealth of realizations out there due to the mercy of His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada. So I would like to offer my homage to Prabhupada this evening. Om Jnana Timirandasya Gyananjana Salakaya Chakshurun Militam Jena Tasmai Śrī-Gurave Namaha Sri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Jena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Tadati Swapadantikam Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyvari Pastitya Shatarine Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Srila Prabhupada, Jai Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. So, I had a glaring realization today when I was thinking of what I should say. I realized I am now 73 years old. And in previous years, and even in previous Vyasa Pujas, homages that I have written or spoken in the past years, that never came to my mind. That now I am 73 years old, and I was thinking in relationship to Srila Prabhupada at the tender age of 73, and all that he accomplished just, from, I think 69, he was 69 when he arrived here, and just in those 4 years, all that he accomplished, all the temples that he had established in the major cities, New York City, my home, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Montreal, Boston, all these cities located here in the United States, in Europe, and India. How many temples he established in that brief period of time when he was up to 73? How many devotees came? I know I'm from that batch of devotees that joined around the early 70s, 72, 73. So many devotees came at that time, inspired by the teachings of Srila Prabhupada. Personally, I was inspired. My first contact with Prabhupada was, of course, through his books that I received in Port Authority in New York City. And then hearing his album, his Happening album. So I had that sound association, Bani, first off, and that inspired me to pursue the path of bhakti. And how many stories are similar to my story? Even like I said, by the time that Prabhupada was 73 years old, how much he had accomplished, what to speak in the remaining years of his life, how by the time Srila Prabhupada left us, I think over 108 temples had been established, Rath Yatras in many major cities, the Bhaktivedanta Book Trust, publishing and distributing hundreds of thousands of Srila Prabhupada's literature. And the list goes on. You all know it well, the glories of Srila Prabhupada and his accomplishments. So I won't belabor that point in this short amount of time, but I'll speak on something additionally that I found particularly inspired by when we listen to Srila Prabhupada and we meditate on what he says and how it affects us in our hearts and how it gives us directions in terms of our life's mission in service to Srila Prabhupada. And one thing that comes to my mind quite often, and I quite often speak about that, is happiness. Because happiness is intrinsic within the hearts of all living entities. All living entities want to experience some measure of pleasure. So therefore, this evening I'll speak a little bit about how Srila Prabhupada has given us the secrets to happiness. As you may or may not know, this particular topic is now a division in the psychology field. There are many academic and researchers who are studying happiness. And I was thinking when I was reading and listening to some of those researchers and the points that they make, how people become happy, I always have to smile because I think about how Prabhupada gave us the secret on how to be happy. Chant and be happy. Hear attentively and be happy. In fact, just the hearing process alone, Rupa Goswami says, as a result of hearing nicely and attentively, three things occur. We become recipients of Krishna's mercy. He cleanses our heart just by attentive hearing of Harikatha. Secondly, negative emotions like lamentation, grief, hankering, illusion, and fear are destroyed. Shoka, moha, bhaya are destroyed by the attentive hearing of Harikatha and the Mahamantra. And thirdly, that seed of bhakti, Brahmande Brahmate Kong Bhagavan Jeev Guru Krishna Prasade by Bhakti Lata Bij, that seed of bhakti, which we have been such fortunate recipients by the mercy of Krishna, who has given us a guru of the caliber of Srila Prabhupada, Mahabhagavata Guru. Krishna has given us Prabhupada, and Prabhupada, in his infinite mercy and wisdom, is giving us Krishna. All we have to do is take it. I remember one story about my mentor, and one of my inspirations for becoming a devotee was Vishnu Swami. I had the great fortune of traveling with him on the Radha Damodar traveling Sankirtan party for 3 years. And I remember this story about him. I wasn't there personally, but someone told me that Srila Prabhupada was coming back from one of his walks at the Los Angeles temple, as he would do. Those of you who have served in Los Angeles or been there for any length of time know that Srila Prabhupada used to go out and go for his morning walk, and many profound things were said on his morning walks, particularly in LA. And one time he was coming back from such a morning walk, and as they were approaching the temple, Vishnu Swami was leading kirtan. And then one of Prabhupada's disciples said, "Oh, listen, Srila Prabhupada, there's Vishnu Swami singing such nice kirtan. He is such a recipient of your mercy." And Prabhupada said, "My mercy is for everyone. He is taking it." So this Prabhupada is like the rain cloud, the monsoon rain cloud that is just showering his mercy. And how fortunate a person is that if we get touched by that drop of mercy, that raindrop of mercy, which is coming from the monsoon cloud of Srila Prabhupada's mercy, how fortunate we are that we take that drop of mercy. And it cleanses our heart. It as the negative emotions that are there, they're cleansed, they're purified. We don't become emotionless, but they are, put at bay and used in a particular way that we can cultivate our devotional service. And then the seed of bhakti is nicely watered and nourished by uprooting the weeds and watering the seed by hearing from the lips of a pure devotee. Guru Mukha Padmavakya Chite Te Koriya Aikya. Hearing from the lotus lips of a pure devotee, how that affects our heart, how it causes purification, education, transformation. And all of you are out there and who have traveled and preached, spoken to new people, and you've seen that right before your very eyes. You've seen how by encouraging someone to take a book and read the book translated by His Divine Grace and purported by His Divine Grace, and to chant the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. And if you've been in their lives for any given period of time, you've seen the effects of purification. To me, that miracle is what drives me, what gets me up in the morning and has me meditate on how to reach new people, how to expose new people to the shower of mercy coming from the lotus lips of Srila Prabhupada. That is the driving force. Just like Srila Prabhupada used to encourage us, when he found out that we were enthusiastically and diligently distributing his books. And he would say, "This gives me life." And I see at the age of 73 that my life and my enthusiasm is coming from being able, given the opportunity to be able to speak as I've heard from Srila Prabhupada and see the effects of just being the postman, carrying in my heart those words and sharing those words, those illuminations, those realizations that are coming from Srila Prabhupada, and marveling at the potency contained therein, in those words, in that shower of mercy that comes through his instructions. So having faith in the hearing process, Prabhupada has pointed out that, I remember 3 examples. Prabhupada talks about the wives of the Brahmanas. He talks about the fruit vendor who stopped at Krishna's house, and Rukmiṇī. He said all 3 of those individuals, just by hearing about Krishna, became overwhelmingly mad after Krishna's association. And the more we hear, the more we want to hear, especially when we're hearing attentively and with all respect. So the wives of the Brahmins, their husbands were in ritualistic activities, and they couldn't even, when given the opportunity to serve Balaram and Krishna, when given that opportunity, because they're niyamagraha, they were so absorbed in their rules and regulations and rituals, they couldn't take advantage of that opportunity. And the fruit vendor, simple seller of fruits, purveyor of fruits, that just by hearing in the marketplace about Krishna, that she developed within the core of her heart an overwhelming attraction to see Krishna. And what to speak of Rukmiṇī in her story of hearing about this beautiful blue boy Krishna and developing that intrinsic love within the core of her heart. So the first secret of hearing Prabhupada gave us is such a powerful force. And according to Rupa Goswami, if we just, as Prabhupada has requested us numerous times in the course of his lectures, in the course of his conversations, just take that to heart, the hearing process. Then it's guaranteed that by Krishna's mercy, our hearts will be cleansed, purified, all the negative emotions which serve as obstructions in our advancement, and that seed of bhakti will be watered. And what to speak of the second secret that Prabhupada has given us? Chanting. Chant and be happy. Prabhupada would say we would put it on one book and numerous flyers, chant and be happy. Even when the mind is saying, Prabhupada is telling us chant, 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 our mind's saying can't, can't, can't. Prabhupada gives us the strength, the determination to fight the mind and to continue the chanting process. And just by incorporating within the core of our being, the core of our existence, those two secrets of hearing nicely, attentively, reflecting on what we've heard, assimilating what we hear from Srila Prabhupada and other advanced devotees, and sharing those four aspects of the learning process according to the Vedas: hearing, reflecting on what we've heard, assimilating it into our life, and sharing. These are the pillars of the education process. So purification of the heart, education, to give us the strength of knowledge, wisdom that is coming from Srila Prabhupada and all the predecessor acharyas. Reflecting on that, assimilating with great faith those instructions into the core of our being, and then being thus inspired by that process of hearing, reflection, assimilation, going out and sharing in whatever way that we can do, in whatever capacity that we can do it. Everyone has that opportunity. So we have faith in that, the hearing and the chanting process. And as I said previously, there's even now a whole science of the study of happiness. And I'm interested in that, not to expose you to the science of happiness that is out there, particularly in Yale and Harvard and by professors, Dr. Laurie Santos and Dan Gilbert and other people like that. But just to briefly go over what they found in their research and compare it to what Prabhupada has given us when he has promised us that all we need to do is chant and we will be happy. I found the comparison striking, that what they are saying scientifically as a result of their research, that we can also say, this has been the process of bhakti yoga for millenniums. So we can have that faith, and if we don't need it because our faith is already super strong, have it as a point of reference when we discuss this with people. Dr. Laurie Santos says that there's 7 tips she gives us for happiness as a result of her research. The first one is social connection. And doesn't that sound familiar? as far as Srila Prabhupada is concerned, and all that he has given us and taught. He created a whole forum of connection where we could come together. Many of us resided in temples. Many of us, those that didn't, had the opportunity to go to temples and to go to festivals and to have the association of great devotees. So social connection is one thing that they discovered. Oh, this is a source of happiness for people. But Prabhupada has told us, please do not leave. Please stay. Chant Hare Krishna and take advantage of the association of the Vaishnavas. The second point that they found is if you incorporate meditation into your life, then this will help in terms of unearthing the happiness within your heart. And what did Prabhupada ask us to do? First thing, chant Hare Krishna. What does he ask us when we got initiated? Chant 16 rounds a day, follow the 4 regulative principles. So meditation. This has already been within our system for millions of years. Third, to socialize, not to cloister ourselves, but to go out and to be with people. Show them. There's 2 things which help a person to become inspired. First thing is the wisdom of the sages, the wisdom of Srila Prabhupada and the wisdom of the predecessor acharyas, to speaking that wisdom, have realizations stemming from that wisdom, and also example. It's very important that we go out and serve as an example for humanity by being ladies and gentlemen and always being kind and friendly. All of these qualities that Bhaktivinoda Thakur states is the core of the heart. It is the essence of the soul. Thirdly, or fourthly, he also, the other one is reduce your choices. Simple living, high thinking. A multitude of choices creates confusion. Srila Prabhupada told us to live simply and to think highly, to always meditate on the glories of Sri Krishna. Manmana bhavad mad bhakto madhyaji man namaskaru. And he gave us in Bhagavad Gita so many ways that we can do that. I want to go quickly here because I know I'm running out of time. Another thing is, and Badarayana and I often do this, they found that if you establish meaningful friendships, and how many of us amongst the devotee community, how many meaningful friendships do we have? And do we continue to cultivate those meaningful friendships? To me, one of the most important things in my life is the blessing of friendships that I've had and have over the course of my 51 years in the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. How important it is to me to have that association. And they found in their study that having friends and the ability to call a friend or to confide in a friend, as is recommended by Rupa Goswami in his Upadeshamrita in the 6 loving exchanges, is extremely important for that. Keep a grateful mind. We have so much, I don't have to tell you all, we have so much to be grateful for. So much that Srila Prabhupada has given us, which we've heard from other devotees and I briefly touched upon. And lastly, develop a lifestyle that brings balance and facilitates the development of our Krishna consciousness. And Prabhupada, in his purport to the verse, a yogi, one cannot be a yogi unless he he should not eat too much, eat too little, sleep too much, sleep too little. And this way one can practice devotional service. So we should facilitate our devotional service and be happy in our devotional service by adjusting our lifestyle, structuring our lifestyle in such a way that we can practice our Krishna consciousness. All of this, and so much more Srila Prabhupada has given us. He's given us the opportunity, the system or the discipline that affords humanity the opportunity to reach our highest potential, Krishna Prem. So thank you very much for the time, Prabhus. Thank you for your kind attention. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Laxmi Nrsimha. I'm going to go immediately to Nṛsiṁhānanda, and then actually Satyanarayana says that he's going to speak something about his preaching to those that come from an Arabic or from an Islamic background. So he missed his spot, but for those who want, this is being recorded, so those who want to stay can stay, and those who want to catch it as a recording, they can do that as well. So let me go now to Nṛsiṁhānanda and welcome him. I'm happy that he had a chance to speak and find a spot here as well. So we're hearing from many different people, many different views, and each one is relishing Srila Prabhupada and what he has for us. Prabhupada gave us so many things. So Nṛsiṁhānanda, are you there?
Very much so.
Okay, great. I'm always happy to see you. I haven't had a chance to have any interaction since for a while, but I have so many well-wishers that I really don't deserve it, and you're one of them. Hare Krishna.
I certainly am, and I appreciate being in that circle. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha, kripasindhuveva patitanam avanevyo vaishnavyo namo namaha. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Śrīmate Bhaktivedanta Swami Nityanamane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharane Nivishesha Shunyavadi Paschachadeshatarane. So I'm going to read my offering for this year. And before I do, just make a comment that wonderful discourse by Laxmi Nrsimha Prabhu. And that is chant and be happy. I've always had a penchant for explaining to people what chant and be happy can mean. And it comes from, long ago, I understood the Sanskrit for be, which is bhavati. And being for bhavati actually means becomes. So chant and be happy really means if you chant, you'll be purified. And happiness is a direct consequence of purification. It is not that I will necessarily always be happy every second that I'm chanting, but it certainly is a pathway to happiness. And that's how I've kind of understood the chant and be happy phrase over the years. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances and all glories to your divine grace. Another orbit around the sun, or the sun going back and forth in a big arc over a flat earth, whatever the perception and the understanding. 365 Earth days have zipped by as I've hurtled through the eroding effects of old age. Thank God you came into my life when I was young and idealistic. Time I am, says Krishna, and he certainly tests the mettle of his aspiring devotees. You were so right when you recommended taking up Krishna consciousness when we were young and vital. No naps were required, no canes, no limits in our ambitions to do seva and save the world. Here I am at the fag end of life, but still inspired that you, at my age of nearly 76, oh God, managed to jet around the planet, planting seeds of bhakti and nourishing the Bhakti Lata Bijas already growing strong. So in fact, your example continues to inspire generations of new bhaktas who've been awakened through your Vani. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Now I understand more fully why you took morning walks, massages, and kept a strictly regulated life. I had wondered, why doesn't Srila Prabhupada attend Mangal Artik with us? In those days, I had no idea that you'd already been up, bathed, and translating for hours. I asked myself, why doesn't Srila Prabhupada eat with us? I didn't know that honoring prasadam tailored for the more sensitive constitutions of the elderly was essential for good health. I've also been able to learn exponentially more about you through the memories of your disciples. Your Vani keeps on increasing year by year, despite the absence of your Vapu. This is your mercy. I ask myself every year at your Vyasa Puja, did I slow down in my seva? Did I coast, glide, semi-retire? Until you physically couldn't hardly speak, you did not. In 77, you got on that plane with the intention to visit your disciples in Gita Nagari. You wanted to circumnavigate Govardhan Hill in a bullock cart. You translated to nearly your last breath. And you still haven't stopped. You continue to live in your instructions. Vaishnav dies to live. You are living art and sound. You are present, just as the original spiritual masters, Nityananda Balaram, are also present. When will I realize your spiritual identity? Must I wait eons of time before the secret of your Siddhadeha is revealed? If I must, then please give me the strength to serve you always. I'm so fallen that I think I've done some seva. I'm a rascal, but I'm your rascal. The secret of success in spiritual life is to carry out the order of the spiritual master. What is that order? To chant 16 rounds daily, follow the 4 regulated principles. I thought so in the beginning, but I realized there are so many more orders. You ordered me to make films about Krishna. I'm trying. And I'll continue to try. Sometimes I'm hopeless and want to go to the equivalent of the Scindia steamship office. Yet, somehow, as Krishna closes one door, he opens another. That's your mercy. Otherwise, I'm lost. In screenwriting, the end of the second act always brings us to the all is lost moment. The protagonist, the hero, has no options. He's hit a wall. I feel many of those moments. What keeps me going is you. You're the greatest example of faith and determination. You say that determination is an essential ingredient of spiritual advancement. Please, bless me with that driti. I'm a fragile flame, subject to be blown out by even the slightest breeze. Please, always ignite my blackened wick so I can continue to serve you. As I see stalwart devotees depart, I'm inspired that they invoke your mercy. Please never leave me, and don't let me leave you. The world is dangerous. Padam padam yad vipadam. The mind is flickering, chanchalam. We invoke the name Prabhupada to protect us more than we do Nṛsiṁhadev. Your mercy is inconceivable. Achintya. Thank you for saving us from the lap of the witch called Maya. Kota nidra jayo Maya, pishashira kole. I beg to remain your insignificant servant. Nṛsiṁhānanda. Das. Anu Das.
Thank you very much, Nṛsiṁhānanda. I really appreciated that. It's poetic, to the point, and very personal about your own situation. Prabhupada can be seen from so many angles of vision. That's the amazing thing about him. Every one of us sees Prabhupada from some unique angle of vision.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to share with the assembled Vaishnavas and those that will watch this wonderful opportunity to glorify His divine grace. And I'm anxious to listen to more.
So we have Satyanarayana, who has joined us, and he will be our last speaker tonight. And he's going to explain something about his strategy that he's been working on for preaching to those who come from Islamic backgrounds. So we'll see if he's there. And so he needs to unmute and also unvideo his video so that we can see him and hear him. Okay, here we go. So
Pañcaratna kripasanibhyevacha paditanam pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. First of all, I'd like to apologize. I wasn't here doing my regular slot. I got a little more than 2 hours sleep last night and I collapsed. I apologize again. Yes, just very briefly, and a question. Did I show last time some videos of Arabs getting books on Harinam? Does anyone recall that? Because if this is going to be recorded and shown elsewhere, I just wanted that in the record.
You actually want it in the record. You don't want it removed.
Oh, okay. So no one saw those?
Well, I remember you showing some pictures, but I don't recall any videos.
Oh, fantastic. One second. So I just, Nṛsiṁhānanda Prabhu talked about Prabhupada's mercy, and that is so evident that it goes, it seems to go even beyond mercy to miracles. Could I possibly show my screen?
Yeah, let me see if I need to. Okay, you can share the screen.
So could you see that okay?
Let me see. I don't see any screen coming up.
Oh no. Yeah, I just showed the
Does
video.
anybody else see?
Do I have to do something on my side?
No, if you put where it says share screen at the bottom of the thing, start screen, there's a green arrow pointing upward. If you press that, then you can switch over to screen sharing mode. Yeah, now I see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
1 second. Yeah, I wanted to show this. Now I don't hear the video. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, I don't hear the video either.
So that was in, did you see that?
We saw that, right? We didn't hear it, but
Oh,
I can't
no.
figure out what the issue is there.
Yeah, it was very nice to hear also. But this is happening more and more all over the world. That was in LA. And this is one more. This woman could not stop dancing with us. She's coming up. So you couldn't hear the audio, right?
No, the audio's not there. I don't know what the problem is, but
okay.
We've had a lot of issues in this particular session we've had today, so I don't feel too inspired to try to dig down and figure out what the issue is, because that could take a huge amount of time.
Well, this is just it's more dramatic with the with the audio, because actually the woman you just saw, one of her friends said something Allah, and she said, I was told later when it was translated that they understand Allah. She went off screen and said that. And what's incredible is that even though she didn't really understand, or this is happening all over, they don't really understand what we're saying or the mantra, but they intuitively understand that we have the genuine philosophy. They instantly understand it somehow, because they're very serious. And it's reached a point where we're over 250,000 books now sold worldwide in Arabic. And we have a new series of books. This is so in other words, this is kind of Middle East language 2.0. This is the second Middle East language. This is Farsi, Persian. And actually, we've been asked for almost 8 years for the Farsi books, but we just didn't have the funds to follow through. But we did get something, and so this is perfect questions, perfect answers. And this is in other words, this is actually an image of a pilgrim walking to Gomukh, the source of the Ganges. And there's an ancient connection that the Iranians have with India through Zoroastrianism, and whereas with the Arabic books, we kind of made the covers specially designed so as not to offend. With the Iranians, we can be full out, full on, full color, and they appreciate very much the Himalayas. This same cover in Arabic had a picture of the Rub al-Khali Desert in Saudi Arabia, which is their Himalayas. Another title, this is The Perfection of Yoga. In the Arabic, we just had calligraphy, and it's very popular. But here we can show Krishna to the Iranian population. In fact, the Iranian population in the United States is more than 3 times the Arab population. And that's not even considering the millions of tourists and university students who visit and study each year. And that's just America. France has over 6 million Arabs and a good amount of Iranians. Germany has even more. And so this is going to prove to be very exciting. This, of course, is the Bhagavad Gita in Farsi. Vaisheshika Prabhu once said that of all the people he has distributed books to, the Iranians have the sweetest hearts of all. And so we're very excited about what's going to happen. This is a thoughtful cover. On the right, this is actually the eye of an Iranian baby. And on the left is the eye of an old Iranian man. So you have this, and then you have a bridge going up, and there's Krishna. This is beyond birth and death. And it's kind of a subliminal a cover to attract the culture, because every Iranian mother knows what their children's eyes look like and their grandfathers. But these covers actually won a design award in the United States. 3rd place out of 3,000 entries for culturally focused design. And the idea is that when you make a cover relatable on every level, you simply sell more books. And so that's the story behind that. Yeah. So we have, I'll just keep this short, but we have tremendous excitement. Even today, I made a presentation about the Iranian books in my offering to Srila Prabhupada here in Los Angeles. And the Iranian congregation members who came up, they were very, very excited to get the books. That's why I was actually late and missed my slot, because I had to stay up very, very late. There was an issue on press in Hong Kong where we're printing this, and we got it fixed up. But the books are on the way. And I'm just humbly in the dust of all of you great Vaishnavas and the leaders and those who might have influence on book distributors to please considering ordering these books when they arrive, because they will fly out because they want them so much. the Iranians have been waiting for 40 years for Prabhupada's books in their own language. So I think Badarayana Maharaj is on, and I hope the temples in his zone could consider this. They're already doing some Arabic books. There is a huge population of Iranians in Southern California. So I guess I'll leave it there. Does anyone ever give questions or?
You can ask a question or two, see if
I have a
anyone has
question.
Thank you, Badra.
Yes, so my question is, I've seen when I spent some time with you in LA, and I'm so impressed and just inspired by this service.
Prabhupada's mercy.
You're reaching people by the first impression is everything. And these covers are so potent. I mean, that Beyond Birth and Death is now I distribute books every week. I'm distributing books, and the BB designs, my main books I distribute are Beyond Birth and Death, Perfection of Yoga, Easy Journey to Other Planets, Sri Upanishad. And the BBT covers, I got to admit, are exceptionally outdated. They're just, of course, the book is, Prabhupada's words are there, but if they haven't changed their design in 30, 40 years, it's crazy as far as I'm concerned. It's very, very unintelligent, poor marketing. And if we had covers that were this potent, can you get involved in helping the BBT design the English books?
Well, I don't want to in any way offend BBT North America because they're buying my books.
Well, it's not a matter of, let's be real here. The proof is in the pudding. You're reaching people because of the covers. The BBT books are just, it's like the designs are grandfathered in. Nobody's taken the time to redesign them in a extremely potent way. Your designs are extremely potent. They're off the charts. And that Beyond Birth to Death is like stunning. So, the BBT, the English BBT books need an overhaul, especially for the small books. That would just be, as a book distributor, having a book with a killer design would just be so much more helpful. So I'm humbly imploring you to not worry about offending them, but just have a dialogue with them. They've got to have some open-mindedness in this regard.
Well, if you want to, also communicate that, I think that would be better than, I can mention it, of course, but it's the book distributors in our beloved Hare Krishna movement who have a lot more, what do they say, New York chutzpah, than you may know. If the book distributor wants something, the temples and also the GBCs, they want to give that to them because you're on the front lines. You're the worshipable one on the front lines. So I'm providing some, I hope, good ammunition. But if you could say something, that might be even more effective.
I will do so. Who would you recommend? Speak to the people at the BBT, but would you recommend I speak to Swavas? Who would you recommend I speak to?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know everyone here.
Yeah.
But well, I really appreciate what you the comments that you made about the designs. It took a lot of it took a good amount of research and stuff, but if my languages are the it's 14 languages in the Far East and Middle East. And it's literally, it's very specifically designed for those cultures. But, it's, I'm just thinking that it's a good idea to think of unique ways, also through design, to attract more of the public. Nṛsiṁhānanda Prabhu, thank you so much, Badarayana.
Of course.
I just saw you put your video on.
Oh, I've been here the whole time. And I appreciate
okay.
I appreciate everything. I'll just ask that the books are still, the Bhagavad Gita is still coming out of it's being translated out of the 83 edition, right? Not the Macmillan edition.
It's from the Veda base. So I'm not, that's what
they have both. They have both editions in the Veda base, so I wouldn't know which one it's from.
Well, I'll have to get back to you on that.
Satyanarayana Prabhu?
Yeah.
This is Sureśvara. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
About Bud's question, Badarayana's question, the ideal person to approach at the BBT, as far as I know, especially since he appreciates your books, Middle Eastern books, is Vaisheshika.
Well, Vaisheshika is following through with actual purchases. He is, when they, especially in the marathon time, they're approximately 10 times more than anyone else on earth. They just purchased a full pallet of Arabic Gitas,
right?
Just for ISV. So, they're and they're also excited about these new Farsi books. So they're putting their funds where their interests lie. So I'm just sharing that with you. They're really following through. And also Los Angeles, they are, actually the ones purchasing the books in volume and then getting it out. There are so many places that I wish something more was happening, like New York. I have so many photos I could show you of distribution all over New York City. But there's very little happening now. It's gone down a lot. And
what I'm getting at, Prabhu, is that Vaisheshika, he appreciates what you're doing, and he also, like you said, the distributors have a lot of clout. So I think he's the one to talk to the BBT people about redesigning, about updating covers, like Badarayana Prabhu said. Yeah. So.
Well, maybe Badarayana should actually also talk to Vaisheshika Prabhu.
Yes, I would strongly recommend that.
Yeah, I'll write him. Of course, I wrote him about some other things. And
the Farsi speakers by far and away are clustered in the large cities of California, San Francisco and Los Angeles, a little bit more in Texas, some in New York and Virginia, but it's nothing compared to California.
Yeah, it's really, I mean, the book distributors here, there's one Prema Sankirtan and others, they've been asking me for like years and years. And while I have everyone, there's also an issue that I've been trying to get the books into Canada for 9 years. And I don't know if whoever is the buyer there, he's an Indian body devotee. He's been blocking the Arabic books for 9 years. we managed to get 9 years ago, we managed to get a box each of the 3 books, the 3 small books. This was even before we did the Gita, printed the Gita. They went to an Arab section of Toronto. They distributed all 3 cases in, I think it was 3 hours, and he refuses to order it again. The reason that's a problem is that Canada has over 1 million Arabic speakers. And for example, the 3rd mother tongue of Ottawa, the capital of Canada, is Arabic. The mother tongue of one of the biggest sections of the capital of the country is Arabic. So,
Okay, Ryan, who's the devotee that's preventing this?
well, I have to find out from Vaisheshika. I think he knows him. I'll get that to you. But it's getting to a point where I can't be like so nice anymore. I want to possibly hand it over to the BBT GBC Relations Committee or something.
Yeah, they're preventing.
Again, Arabic is most populous, most spoken in California. Again, followed by Michigan, because there's over 100,000 Arabic speakers.
No, there's almost 300,000 in that area. Yeah,
and
but
then
it's
followed
1 million
by
in Canada.
a little bit in Texas and New York, and
yeah.
But regarding Canada, it's a crime. It's a crime that these books are not being let in, and yeah, you can't be nice about it at this point. Sorry.
Yeah, so forgive me, anyone, but I just had to mention it. You are
I gotta go.
Okay, so
you're the best.
We're starting to get into other territory here than the Vyasa Puja. So I think we should wrap it up at this point for a number of reasons. And if you all have more you want to consider about this particular topic, then you can contact each other and pursue it. So I appreciate all the devotees who spent their time and effort to give a Vyasa Puja offering for Srila Prabhupada. And it's been quite a ride through the whole day here. And we've heard from so many different people. And all glories to A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami. Who and where would we be if we hadn't run into him? It's so amazing that somehow or other he came and put a crack in the world and changed everything in just 11 short years. So thank you all very much. And we're going to sign out here. I'm going to end this Zoom. So
thank you for the opportunity.
Hare Krishna. Thank you all.
Maharaj, before you leave, I think I know who the person is who's blocking, who's stopping the Arabic distribution in Toronto. And I have a relationship with this person. So Satyanarayana Prabhu, you have to write me. suresvara@gmail.com, because I don't have your, and just we'll start getting to the bottom of this.
You're on Pamho, you said?
No, at Gmail. suresvara, Sureśvara@gmail.com.
Okay, I'm on it. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.